Mic testing. 1, 2, 3, mic testing. Good morning, everyone. Yeah. Welcome to Norwich University. Thank you very much for attending the Norwich's 5th Peace and War Summit in person or virtually. My name is Yang Mo-koo, an Associate Professor of Political Science and Associate Director for Peace and War Center in Norwich. I am truly honored to serve as an Executive Director of 2024 Peace and War Summit that addresses the theme of war, memory, and reconciliation. Since 2018, our summit have addressed most significant global issues, including the North Korea's nuclear and missile challenges, and U.S.-China rivalry, and Russia-Ukraine war, and last year, we talked about the peace and conflicts in the Middle Eastern regions. So this year, we are going to address the issue of war, memory, and reconciliation. So our global community has witnessed the outbreak of numerous military conflicts within and between nations, which cause immediate sufferings, such as so many people's death and injuries, and the economic devastations. These intrastate and interstate wars lead to international community to seriously deal with those devastating consequences, as viewed in contemporary Russia-Ukraine war and Israeli-Palestinian war. However, our global community tends to give little attention to the long-term negative impact of those consequences, those wars, on the individuals and societies and the international community. So this negative impact includes lingering painful memories and traumas in the people's hearts and minds, also like a historical antagonism between former adversary ethnic groups and nations. In this context, today's summit will closely address the issue of war, memory, and reconciliation in multiple reasons. So it can help promote our understanding of the persistent and negative impact of past military conflicts on current societies. Without any doubt, the currently ongoing wars, Russia-Ukraine war and Israeli-Palestinian war, many other wars, will leave long-term negative consequences. Therefore, it is necessary for policymakers in all nations to make every effort to prevent the outbreak of wars and to promote peace and reconciliation. Today, from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., our keynote speaker and 8 scholars and 4 students will present their unique insights on these issues. As tomorrow from 9 to 12:15, the summit speakers will have enclosed workshops to discuss their research papers. So now, I'm so pleased to introduce our keynote speaker, retired U.S. Marine Corps Colonel William McLaw. Since 2022, he has been serving as Vice President of Student Affairs and Commandant of Cadets at Norwich University. McLaw was commissioned into the Marine Corps in 1991 after graduating summa cum laude from Norwich University. As a Marine, McCullough developed into a distinguished leader. He commanded 1st Battalion, 5th Marines, the 1st Marine Regiment, and the Crisis Response Task Force for U.S. Central Command, as well as serving as an advisor team leader in both Iraq and Afghanistan. He served overseas in multiple operations, including Marathon, Southern Watch, Desert Thunder, Iraqi Freedom, Enduring Freedom, Khanjari, and Inherent Resolve. He also graduated with honors from the Basic School, Amphibious Warfare School, and Marine Corps War College, as well as served as a Congressional Fellow. In his final tours, he served as a director of the Marine Corps Command and Staff College, followed by serving as the Marine Corps liaison to the U.S. House of Representatives. His personal awards include Legion of Merit with a V device and 4 gold stars, the Bronze Star with a V device, the Purple Heart and Combat Action Ribbon with 1 gold star. He holds the rank of Brigadier General in the Vermont State Militia. So now I turn it over to Commandant McCullough. Floor is yours. Let us give a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. All right, see if I can do this without messing with the microphones. All right, well, welcome to what I am quite certain is going to be an enlightening series of presentations. And I think they will be especially meaningful for many of you students. I see several of you sitting up close, some of you hiding in the back. But knowing you and knowing some of your choices of professions, I think you're going to find this is going to be more than just an academic pursuit, but this is the beginning of you learning more about your chosen profession. And that some of these insights that you'll get over the course of today, I think, will affect the way you approach your professional duties for the rest of your life. I want to say a loud thank you to various colleagues that are going to be presenting today. I hope you students realize that preparation for a short presentation sometimes can be the results of many months of academic work trying to find the grains of truth in a sea of distraction at times. Their efforts and investment in you, our students, are noted and deeply appreciated. So make sure to thank some of those professors when the day is finished as you're reflecting upon the things that you've learned. You know, when my colleague Yang Mo asked me to be the keynote for this conference, I was initially reluctant. You know, discussions of war and its aftermath are not things that you're supposed to pick up lightly or treat without due diligence and deep thinking. Just him asking the question brought back some memories, some that I think of regularly and some which I hadn't revisited for quite a while. Contained in some of those memories are fragments of what might by some be called wisdom. And since my whole purpose in coming back here to be your commandant is to pass on the things that I've learned since I was a student to you, the easy answer to Yang Mo was yes, I'll do it. And the neat thing was from those memories that his question brought up, this keynote actually almost started to write itself. I just had to organize which piece I might want to talk about first. One of the memories that Yang Mo's ask brought about, it hardly sounds like it's connected to war at all. But it is. So I want you to close your eyes a second and picture a spring day in Southern California. Perfect weather, blue skies, warm, but not hot. I had recently returned from a combat deployment. It was our second in the past 3 years, and I was beginning my post-deployment 96-hour liberty. For the uninitiated, that's mill speak for a 4-day weekend. 96 hours divided by 24, that's 4 days. So I had a 4-day weekend. We would often do that when we would return from deployment, get that initial period at home, and then come back to work and work on making sure everyone else is returned properly. So this particular 96-hour libo was a Monday and a Friday with a weekend in between. And since Friday was a school day, I thought I'd give my wife, Caroline, a well-needed break. After all, she'd been running the household while I was off somewhere else. And I thought I'll go pick up my boys from school. I could make up for some lost time. Maybe we could go somewhere after I picked them up. We'd make a little memory. So I jumped into my truck, and first memory hit me was it was the same truck that the boys and I had scoped out and purchased after my return from a different combat tour a decade earlier. So the truck was a little older, a little worse for wear, but it already brought out memories of me and my family together because we'd picked that truck together. And I was early. I had plenty of time to get to the school. So I was driving slowly through my neighborhood, calmly taking in the sights, people mowing their lawns, walking their dogs, regular life unfolding. And I hadn't experienced that unrushed feeling for probably most of the past 3 years. I was either in command, deploying, on deployment, or returning from deployment. So I was really relishing this period, just a few minutes of completely having no task except for drive my car to go pick up my boys. When I got to the edge of our neighborhood, about 4 blocks from the house, I hit a T intersection where we were leaving the neighborhood and I had to choose to turn left or right. And it was there that I froze. I froze because it was there that I came to the full realization that I didn't know where the school was. I wasn't capable of making a choice to go left or right because I didn't know where I was going. So I sat there for a moment, come to grips with that. Here's a Marine colonel in command of 4,000 folks, lost 4 blocks from his house. In this modern era, the memes almost write themselves, don't they? Then I realized I've got the answer right here. Got my phone. You may not believe this, but returning from a deployment, you have to get used to carrying a cell phone again because you go 7, 8, 9 months, a year of your life without using one. So I grab the phone, I unlock it, I pull up Google Maps, and then I freeze again. How do you search Google Maps for something that you don't know the name of? Here's what I did know. I knew where my wife's contact info was in the phone, so I hit that button, and I called Caroline, my wife, to get the information that I needed to proceed more than 4 blocks from my house. We had a quick laugh about it. She went easy on me. But it wasn't all just a funny story because the question I couldn't shake on the rest of the drive was what kind of a dad doesn't know where his kids go to school? To make the memory even a little more complicated, after I got the directions and was now driving in the correct basic direction towards the school, I passed over a cross street that I recognized. And it was the same street that led to a different neighborhood, one that my Sergeant Major Tom Sowers and I had visited 6 years earlier to visit the parents of a Marine that Tom and I had lost in Afghanistan, a young man named Donald Hogan. His parents, Jim and Carla, were now our close friends, as sometimes happens. And I thought, boy, what would they not give to have a simple problem like not knowing where to go to pick their son up? So it put that memory into context, because they would never be able to pick their son up again. They would look at my small problem in a completely different way. This inevitably led to me thinking about the Marines that their son, Donald, who took some heroic actions, and he saved many of his colleagues. I always remember how one, a young man named Rocky Horde, he was badly wounded in the event, but he was saved. He was badly wounded enough that we had to evacuate him to Germany. He was too unstable to be further evacuated to Bethesda Naval Hospital just outside of D.C., so he had to stay there in Germany for a while. And his very pregnant wife somehow got her way onto an international flight and flew there to see him in Landstuhl, Germany. A short while later, she gave birth to their son in the very next room, in the clinic at Landstuhl. And I thought about the connection between those two events, one family shattered and another saved. This has always led me to thinking about the Navy Cross that Donald had been awarded for the actions that day, and how difficult it was to accurately write the summary of action that always accompanies such things. Many of you may know about citations, and this is not to be confused with the citation. The citation is the short public description that often gets read at ceremonial events or gets printed on a piece of paper and hung up somewhere. No, the summary of action is a minutely detailed description of the entire event and surrounding actions. It's backed up by eyewitness statements, by interviews, by command logs, maps, photographs. To the outside eyes, that seems like a very straightforward task. Gather these things up, put them in order, write them down, send it in. But in reality, that can become a very difficult task. Under the stresses of combat, people encode their memories differently. For some, adrenaline and other chemicals that quickly hit you, they act on the brain to compress time. Sometimes 10 minutes can pass in your memory and it'll seem like 2. Entire sequences of actions can go unremembered and biologically unrecorded. For others, a mere few feet away, time can get stretched out and become elongated. Mere minutes can seem to their mind to be dozens of minutes. Some of you might recognize or remember the verse from the Gordon Lightfoot song when he says, "Does anyone know where the love of God goes when the waves turn the minutes to hours?" That's a songwriter's way of telling you about that particular phenomenon. It's not hyperbole, but it's a real phenomenon. You'll also interview people that get tunnel vision, and they can recall with uncanny accuracy the most minute details about what is right in front of them. But that superpower is bought by experiencing absolutely nothing that takes place to their immediate left or right. Those memories go unrecorded. They take that attention and they concentrate it down to a singular thing. Others can get auditory exclusion and they don't hear things. Or maybe more accurately, they don't remember hearing things. Like a second explosion, were there 2 or were there 3? Well, it depends on which statement you read. Or an aircraft passing very closely overhead. Believe me, on the battlefield, you know very well when a jet aircraft passes about 150 feet off the deck. But for some, they don't remember hearing it. Doesn't mean the event didn't happen. But for them, they have to rely on others' memories because in their memory bank, it just didn't happen. From a dozen statements, a general timeline and basic flow of events can emerge. But exactitude can be out of reach. It's another casualty of war and conflict. Each person's memory becomes their piece of the truth. And it doesn't always match the exact truth of the person next to them who experienced the event slightly differently. Different biology at work. Different other memories that need to get encoded into the new memories. So as I sat in that pickup line at what I now knew was Bernice Ayer Middle School, I had some conflicted thoughts. Joy at being home, being able to pick up my boys, anticipation of spending some time with them, combined with grief about remembering young Donald and his family, and so many other fine young men lost before their time. Both of those thoughts tempered with hope for the future, especially for the futures of the people that his actions had saved. Muddled and complicated with guilt over being in one piece yourself when others were not, and not knowing intrinsically how all of those things are supposed to fit together. We lost the visual. I guess that's because I closed this, but that may be, you could say I was having trouble reconciling a variety of my own memories that day. So I share that somewhat complicated story with you to get you into the mindset to understand at a deeper level some of the presentations that you will hear today. There is no straight line that leads from war to memory to reconciliation, because war itself creates folds and side tracks. Those folds and side tracks, they spawn conflicting memories in the people that participated in the same events. And those conflicts of memory, if not understood and recognized as products of war itself, can often stand as obstacles to reconciliation. As one of our great American writers, Tim O'Brien, put it, in any war story, but especially a true one, it is difficult to separate what happened from what seemed to happen. It's safe to say that in a true war story, nothing much is ever really true. Here, I think he got to the heart of it. You know, in the reconciliation business, in much of life, truth is often most regarded as fact. We use those two terms interchangeably. But when it's a product of war, truth must sometimes be approached more as individual meaning, of which there can be several derived from a single incident. Those meanings can all be true, while simultaneously differing in some small details. Now, don't mistake what I just said as a support of postmodern relativism. To my mind, that concept has taken far too many liberties and too often becomes a helpful excuse for those who are trying to flee from accountability, either accountability from themselves or from society, but simply a recognition that war can create conflicting memories, and you are not going to be able to reconcile those without understanding them as part of the fabric. So for you students, as you take in the presentations, keep this thought in mind. What you're going to hear are distillations and lessons drawn from the most difficult of environments to discern truth from. When Shakespeare wrote, "Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war," he was describing that transition from the controlled environment before war, where truth can largely be grounded in the fact realm, to the most chaotic environment that man can invent, where the vagaries of fog and friction, incomplete information, chance, violence, and the imperfect human response to these things all thrive and combine. This is where fact can become unmoored and truth can emerge into the meaning realm more than the factual realm. And if you hope to one day engage in the process of reconciliation, you must recognize these realms as different. You have to accept that heroism and cunning, viewed from one side of a battle, can be viewed as treachery by the other. Bravery can sometimes be remembered as foolhardiness, just as often as brashness can be remembered as courage. Battlefield genius can be interpreted by some as simply luck. The lucky can be remembered as geniuses. One would do well by reading the book The General by Forrester to be reminded that the main character Curzon, his appearance with his unit at the decisive point of a battle, resulting in a victory, was the result of him getting his unit lost in a maze of gullies and arriving at the decisive point simply by chance. This resulted in his steady promotion up the chain of command. Or was it chance, though? Maybe there was an innate skill that assisted, Maybe he made his own luck. Participants in the battle all might remember it differently and draw conflicting conclusions. Reconciliation rests with the ability to recognize both as true at the same time. Now, shifting gears a little bit, another aspect of this conference I'd like to set the stage for involves what I hope happens in the minds of you students as you take in these presentations. Years ago, I read a fascinating book by Professor E.D. Hirsch from the University of Virginia. It was about cultural literacy. And there is a lot of material in the book about how our minds create associations between individual pieces of knowledge, forming something like a web of connected pieces of information. He referred to them as schemata. It's his contention that your most connected and integrated web becomes your culture. It's the net that all new information that you take in is strained through. And that new information finds at times relevant spots to connect to your existing culture. And it finds itself anchored. You find new connections between individual pieces of knowledge and information. All of the new things that you remember become remembered in context and relation to the things that you already know. And that is something that you're going to be doing and participating in by attending these presentations. You're going to be adding new nodes of knowledge, new connections between nodes. You're going to make your net larger. And you're going to make the spacing between those nodes finer. You're going to be capable of catching and assessing and assimilating more information. Your cultural literacy will not just cover some of these conflicts of our history, but because you participate in this, they will include some more discerning aspects of conflict and what effect conflict has on society and how societies heal and reconcile from conflict. You might even begin to determine if reconciliation can happen under a given set of circumstances. So for you students, you're probably, many of you, getting tired of hearing this last bit of guidance from me, but you know every time I get a chance, you're gonna hear it from me. I charge you, find the connections between these presentations, but not just the presentations. Find the connections that exist between the presentations, the classes that you're taking or have taken in the past, and the things that you've already experienced firsthand in your lives. I want you to do two things. Appreciate the things that match and reinforce. You're building a strong culture that way. But I also want you to actively look for the inconsistencies. Look for the parts that don't meet squarely at the ends. You have to move beyond just identifying them, however. You got to discuss these disconnects with your fellow students, with your professors, with your mentors wearing a uniform, with your family members, or with me when you see me. Because that is what learning is. Both the reinforcement and connection mechanism and looking for the inconsistencies and trying to figure out why they're inconsistent. That's what learning is, and that is why you are here at Norwich. That's what Norwich exists for. So I hope this symposium is fantastic for you. I hope that it does several of those things and gives you a mechanism to advance your learning. And I appreciate being here with you this morning. Semper Fidelis and Norwich forever. And I think we have time for a minute or two for questions. If we've got two questions, I'll entertain them. Otherwise, I'll stay here for a few minutes if you've got one of those questions you would rather ask one-on-one instead of in a group of people. Here's one brave soul. Good morning.
In your experience going overseas, I want to know, when you're interacting with people who have similar experiences to you from other cultures, how do you find common ground and tell stories to each other and also interact in that regard?
I think the Good question. You're going to use this one as well, and leadership lesson baked into it. Too many times when we're given an important task, we see that as the only story unfolding in a given place in a given time. And there's a tendency to see everyone else as a supporting character in your story. And what you constantly have to remind yourself is everyone is writing the story of their life. And every person you run across that you deal with, whether it's something small or something very large that you're negotiating, they're the main character in their story, and you're a bit player. That's easy to say, but you'll find yourself having to remind yourself over and over again of that piece. And what you're trying to do is align people to have one line in your story that actually moves your narrative forward. And what you have to do is try to find the common ground, remembering they're writing a story of their life, and you can find the line that if you write it in yours and they write it in theirs, you're both writing the story that's going to work for both of you. What you've done at that point is just led in a very difficult time. But you can't take the shortcut of just assuming that your goals and desires are going to magically transfer over to the goals and desires of everyone that you're dealing with. You got to get to know them a little bit, and you find the overlap, and then pretty soon they're doing things that advances their story, and it just so happens that it meets your goals and desires as well. But that takes work, and you get to practice that here. And you'll use it in the Coast Guard, believe me. You're going to deal with that on a day-to-day basis of people whose story they're trying to write is completely different than yours, being in a law enforcement realm like where you're headed. But you'll figure it out, and you'll figure out ways that they're going to tell you the pieces that you need to know. Your story will move forward, and so will theirs. Is that helpful to you? Yes, sir. Do you have a follow-up? No? Okay. Oh, here comes a scholar of Marine Corps history too, so I got to be on my toes.
Sir, as someone who has interviewed dozens, if not hundreds, of veterans of Iraq and Afghanistan, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about reconciliation, and maybe if you were yourself have ever done an oral history interview, whether or not that experience doing oral history interviews has been therapeutic, and if that can be counted as part of reconciliation.
You know, it's interesting, and the answer, as in so many things, Dave, helpful for some, not helpful for others. Everyone has their own experience with that. Some people thrive on that need to share, and others would prefer to self-contain. Both can be avenues for reconciliation. I'll tell you, it was actually outside of war that I first learned some details about the reconciliation business. It was when I was working in the Congress for the first time. And those of you that don't know, those of us uniformed military folks that work as liaisons to Congress, we spend some of our time taking members of Congress overseas to see firsthand the things that they need to see and experience to make better policy decisions on behalf of all of us. And the first trip that I ever took was to South Africa. And there were, I want to say 14 members of Congress on that trip. The two leaders were John Lewis, who many of you might remember from the civil rights movement. We lost John a few years ago. And then a guy named Amo Houghton. He was from upstate New York. He was, at the time, the richest member of Congress. He made his money in fiber optics. The two of them were the two leaders, and we went to South Africa to talk about reconciliation. It was, we met with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, with F.W. de Klerk, Nelson Mandela. We met with Desmond Tutu, Archbishop, who led the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Justice Goldstone, who tried to He was the linchpin of rewriting the South African Supreme Court to take into account the end of apartheid and the changing government. And there was a lot of storytelling inside of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. That was the heart of how they went about trying to reconcile all those years of apartheid. We can't reconcile until we can agree on some version of the truth. And that was where Archbishop Tutu's strength as a religious leader became very important to gathering both victims and perpetrators together to arrive at a somewhat agreed upon version of what had happened in the past. But I also learned at that time there are some elements of non-war that can seem similar to war when it comes to how people encode their memories. So I remember hearing from those gentlemen and understanding the truth sometimes is going to have slightly fuzzy edges on either side based on who you interview of what happened at this date, this place, this time. And I also learned sometimes people are victims one day and they're perpetrators on another day. And it changes how they are as victims the next time. And then it also changes how they act as perpetrators. There's this strange line. Events that happen to us one day clearly affect how we ourselves act the next day. All these things can be drawn from a study of what unfolded in South Africa at the end of apartheid. So that was kind of a long-winded answer, but what I found was there were many people who did not participate in the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions because that was the healthiest thing for them personally, was not to bring up those memories again. But I saw there were a lot of people that did have some semblance of healing because they participated. So the answer, as usual from me, Dave, is it depends on the individual and it depends on the circumstances. Does that help?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any follow-up to that?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, again, I hope today is a memorable one for you, and I hope you get a lot out of these speakers. And don't be afraid to ask them the tough questions or talk to them afterwards if you have an epiphany tonight when you're trying to fall asleep and you just can't square a couple of things. That's a good thing. You're being kept awake for a reason because your brain says, don't put this thing down until you get it encoded a little bit better. So again, Yangmo, thanks for the invitation.
Thank you so much for your insightful the keynote speech. I think listening to his keynote, I think he pointed out very important the aspects. During today's summit and tomorrow's workshops, the scholars and students, we will address this topic, conflicting, right? The conflicting memories. So just one example I can talk about is that just later on I'm going to address the Japan and Korea relations. But as you might know, the Japan colonized the Korea starting in 1910 and then until 1945. So Japan just brutally ruled Korea. And then at the last stage of the World War II, even just the Japan forcibly recruited so-called comfortable women who forced them to serve sexually Japanese soldiers for a certain period of time. So many of them died and all those kinds of stuff. But what I'm trying to say is that the recent days, of the past 7-8 decades, the Korean interpretations of Japan's colonial rule or brutal actions toward Korean versus Japanese interpretations of Japan's colonial rule of Korea and Japan's war actions toward Korean people, they are sharply different. They are sharply diverging. So that different interpretation of the history can cause huge turmoils and disruptions between those relationships, even that affect U.S. policy toward the Asia Pacific. U.S. really want South Korea and Japan as allies to check and balance the rising China and the North Korean nuclear missile threats. But in many cases, Japan, South Korea, they cannot go together well because of those historical memories and conflicting memories. So I think how to reconcile those conflicting memories, how to reconcile just those relationships between those two peoples, that's a really important and intriguing topics. So in today's the summit sessions, we are going to address those topics in American settings, historical settings, and European settings, and Asian settings. I think even just a long time ago, happenings long time ago, 30 years war, Professor Emily Gray is going to talk about. So hopefully, and just, all of us can important lessons from today's discussions and questions and answers and all those sessions. Thank you again for joining the keynote session for Peace and War Summit in 2024. So next session will begin at 10 a.m. So see you then.
had a whole, because they had the whole Zouave thing. Their kind of fixation was on European imperialists, particularly the French, and that's where the whole Zouave thing came from. But no, I'm not familiar with anything like that. Today we would call that cultural appropriation. Yeah. Jason was with it. So you're forcing your students to come here? I mean, they would have class on that. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And also it's stuff. I thought we were just here to look at fail students. It's a power thing for me. I like it. You going to the dinner tonight? Yep. You have a car? Yeah, do you need a ride? Can I get a ride? Yeah, of course. My wife has a car. She's going to pick me up for dinner, but it's not me. It's going to come right. So I could on the ride. Well, I know your experience with that.
I know, yeah. Call one of the Medicare. The Medicare buses.
What I should do is just call an Uber, because I have never ordered an Uber. That's part of the reason why. It's just where am I going to get an Uber in Northfield? But I've ridden in an Uber, but I've never actually ordered one.
Testing, testing. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ahmed Mohammed. I'm a sophomore in the Honors College, majoring in Computer Security Information Assurance.
And my name is Erin Reynolds. I'm a junior majoring in political science.
Thank you for joining us both here in person and those watching online for the first panel in this year's Norwich University Peace and War Summit. The purpose of this year's summit is to explore wartime memories and post-conflict reconciliation to understand the lasting impact on citizens, infrastructure, and political climates beyond the end of hostilities. Today, we are fortunate enough to have two scholars ready to share their work on the complex historical narratives surrounding significant events in American history and the individuals involved. Professor Zachary Bennett, an expert in early American history and environmental history, joined Norwich University in 2020. He holds a PhD from Rutgers University, an MA from Miami University, and a BA from Northern Michigan University. Bennett's research focuses on colonial New England's transformation through its waterways, with publications in journals like the New England Quarterly and Early American Studies. Currently, he's working on Contested Currents, Rivers in the Remaking of Early America, and plans to delve into the narrative history of the Anglo-Wabanaki Wars next.
Professor Stephen Sodergrim, with a BA from Cornell College and a PhD from the University of Kansas, specializes in American and military history. His acclaimed book, The Army of the Potomac, and the Overland and Petersburg Campaigns earned him the prestigious 2018 Colby Award, making him the first to win for a Norwich University-affiliated author in its history. Each of our presenters will present for 15 minutes, followed by a 10-minute Q&A. There are microphones on both sides of the room at the stairs where we will invite you to ask questions at the end. Once again, we thank all participants for joining us at the Norwich University Peace and War Summit and look forward to the day ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My presentation is called The Indian in the Mirror, Remembering New England's Colonial Wars. Just quick point, if you're for my 121 course, there is a paper circulating around, so look for that and sign that if you could. So yes, remembering New England's colonial wars. The point that I'm going to make, first off, is that we have pretty much utterly forgotten about New England's colonial wars. I still remember in 5th grade there being a kind of like, when we were studying American history, a poster of all of America's wars. And it started with the French and Indian War in the 1750s and the Revolution, War of 1812, so on and so forth. But actually there were a series of wars that were really important that Americans experienced starting in the 1670s that we have largely forgotten, largely because of the Civil War, which Professor Sodergren will be talking about in a moment. So for example, when you say things to an American like Lexington and Concord or Gettysburg or D-Day, you're probably hopefully aware of what that is. However, things like the Siege of Louisbourg, the Battle of Cartagena, the Great Swamp Fight in Rhode Island. These were massive conflicts with very, very serious consequences, but have been forgotten or kind of purged from our national memory because they took place before 1776. But they were really important, and I'm going to talk about why, and at least one aspect today. So first off, as I said, the American Civil War really flattened our historical memory because it was such a traumatic event that as a result also of the American Civil War, our country became less of a regional nation and much more of a national nation. So things like Memorial Day and Veterans Day, the way in which Thanksgiving even, come out of the American Civil War. And a lot of the holidays that preceded it are forgotten. Actually, it was recently Evacuation Day in Boston, I believe, which commemorates when the British left Boston in 1775, 76. That's an example of those kind of regional holidays that we've largely forgotten. So the way, and if some of you have looked at my paper, that I talk about the memory of these colonial wars is a detail about the Boston Tea Party, which recently we celebrated our 250th anniversary of that event because it occurred on December 16th, 1773. By the way, get ready, there's going to be a lot of American Revolution stuff in the next couple years because it's the 250th anniversary of that event, also known as the Semi-Quincentennial. Not as catchy as bicentennial, but still pretty important. So if you know anything about the Boston Tea Party, there is this part of the retelling of the story is that the protesters, the American colonists, dressed up as Indians. And when I was doing research for this, well, first off, when they did a recreation of this event in December in Boston, noticeably there were no Native American costumes at that event. That is probably as a result of the kind of era of political correctness that we're in, also an awareness that dressing up as Native Americans is a form of cultural appropriation. So I think that was probably a wise thing to sidestep in the commemoration of the event. But nonetheless, it kind of raises the question, why did Americans dress up as Native Americans in 1773? First off, when you look at retellings of the Boston Tea Party, the detail is often not that they dressed up as Indians, but specifically that the Americans dressed up as Mohawks, which are the native people on the other side of Lake Champlain in New York. And as I was doing research a little bit on the Boston Tea Party and familiarizing myself with the details, first off, in the event itself, it was very quiet and organized, and there's a lot of doubt that the colonists dressed up as Native Americans at all, rather just smudging their faces and perhaps putting a couple turkey feathers in their hats. But nonetheless, in the days after the event, newspapermen picked up on this detail and spread it with great effect, not only in America, but across the ocean into Britain. And there became all of these images of Americans dressed up as Native people. Initially, they were called Narragansetts. Narragansetts are the indigenous people in what is now approximately Rhode Island. So the idea is like, who were they dressed up as? Narragansetts, because that was the largest group near Boston at that time. But ultimately it was a mistake kind of ginned up by a reporter in Boston and then really picked up in London that settled on Mohawks. And I think the reason why Mohawks were selected is because they were the most feared and infamous warriors in the Northeast at that time. But it's just not true. And you can see that in the 19th century, historians, late 19th century, when they were writing the histories of the Revolution, they picked up on this Native American detail, and specifically the Mohawk part. And you still see that when people refer to the Boston Tea Party, but it's just not true. And I think why I'm kind of talking about this is it kind of demonstrates that we have entirely forgot about the colonial wars, which I think really inspired those costumes or the context out of which they came. So again, going back to my original question, what inspired colonists to dress up as Indians on that fateful night in 1773? I didn't have any PowerPoints because I think just in general with this topic, for example, the images of the Boston Tea Party are inaccurate. And what I'm talking about right now, there's not a lot of records or recollections about these kind of specific events. There's a lot of mystery here. And I'm mostly like filling in the blank spots and speculating. So I'm looking forward to your ideas. But Philip Deloria has a book called Plain Indian, which is the authority on this topic of why do white people dress up as Indians? It's weird, okay? And there's a long history of Americans doing that. And why is that? And the Boston Tea Party is very important in this book. And he says that the inspiration for Americans dressing up as Native Americans comes from across the ocean. Two things in Europe: misrule festivities, where basically in a very hierarchical medieval society, to deflate the social tension of kind of constantly being talked down to if you're a lower class person, is that there would often be festivals or carnivals which would mock the social hierarchy, where peasants would dress up as leading figures and mock them. So some of the names would be the Cardinal of Bad Measure, Duke Kick-Ass, and the Grand Patriarch of Syphilis. And these people would kind of go around town and take it over for the day as a way of kind of poking fun at the elites and deflating that pressure. So there's a tradition of Europeans dressing up in these kind of ridiculous costumes. The other context is poachers, especially in English forests. Hunting grounds were reserved for aristocrats, and local people would basically break these hunting rules and terrorize people who would try to enforce the law. They would soot their faces black, and which gave them the nickname blacks. So there's also this tradition in Europe of dressing up and resisting local authorities. Deloria argues that although colonists dress up as Indians, Native Americans themselves had no input into the meaning behind it or why they chose that costume. It was a form of appropriation, which it certainly was to a large extent. What I'm going to suggest is that if you look at the context of the regional history of New England, I think it's very clear that it's not from Europe that this inspiration comes from, and that in an indirect, unintended way, Native Americans actually had a part to play in the meaning behind that costume. So first off, so this is not the first time in 1773, the first time that that white folks dress up as Native Americans. There are at least 4 incidents, probably more, that date back to 1734 of colonists dressing up as Indians, and they all take place in New Hampshire and Maine. So why? What happened up there? So we have forgotten this, as I've said, but there was a series of 5 wars over the span of 80 years in New England, starting in 1675. These were very bloody conflicts, where Maine and parts of New Hampshire were razed by Native Americans, Europeans kidnapped and killed. Eventually, the English prevail over the Wabanakis here, but this was a very bloody conflict. Historians have recently shown that the hysteria behind the Salem witch trials was actually inspired by these Wabanaki wars. So why, and when we look at these wars that took place in Maine and New Hampshire, like what caused them? Traditionally, the answer is land, but that's not really the case. If you look at these conflicts, Wabanakis actually got along with English settlers. What they complained about was the impact of colonialism on their way of life, specifically how they noticed when English people moved in, the hunting grounds were depleted, the fishing went away. that they couldn't share the land with their English neighbors that well. And this is when they explain their reasons for war, they talk about these incursions on their natural rights or their hunting and fishing rights, not necessarily maybe land treaties. Because ultimately that's how indigenous people in New England survived, right? And when colonists moved in, they took away that ability to survive. Another point here is that the English, basically when they responded to these arguments, the official line that you'll find in the archive is the English will say, we have bought the land in the early 1600s, and that when the Wabanakis are resisting us, they are actually rebels, and thus deserve all this horrible treatment. But when we look at the land deals that took place in the early 1600s, they were shaky at best, with Native Americans that didn't have the authority to sell the land. And there's actually a lot of records in the treaties that were signed in the early 1700s that the English translators forged the treaties. So basically saying orally, like, yeah, you have all these rights, while getting the Indians to sign treaties that said the exact opposite. One of the things I mentioned in my paper is a very famous judge named Samuel Sewall. He's a really interesting guy. He was one of the judges that took part of the Salem witch trials. And he was the only judge to apologize for his participation in that event. He also wrote one of the first anti-slavery pamphlets in American history, very rare for that time. And he also wrote in 1718 a pamphlet which said, after a treaty with the Wabanakis, that he looked at, and this is a powerful man in Boston, he said, based on the treaty that recently happened, or a meeting we had with the Wabanakis, we English refused to create a clear border with them. How can we be peaceful with our Native American neighbors if we refuse to even agree on a border? And he argues that if we really want Native Americans to be our friends, we should actually try to convince them, okay? The point of all this is that in these wars, the English kind of acknowledged winkingly throughout these events that it was might, not right, on their side in this war of contest with the Wabanakis. And I think that gave a lot of English sympathy, actually, for Native Americans. How many minutes? 5 minutes, great. So the other thing, too, where English people and Native Americans were able to kind of gain sympathy for each other was the wars that took place. Especially in New England, the English relied on Native American mercenaries to fight in a lot of these wars because they couldn't get recruits themselves. They also, colonial fighting tactics imitated Native American fighting skills, which led to ranging, which is really the origins of the U.S. Special Forces are here in the colonial wars in New England, as Americans learned how to fight like Native Americans, and they fought alongside them. There's not really records too much about how these people got along, but I think the experience of war, without question, forged some type of bond, or at least an acknowledgement of cultural respect between these groups over the span of several decades. So when we look at the first example of white people dressing up as Indians, it's in Exeter, New Hampshire in 1734. What happens? Basically, the British are trying to enforce the law. Maybe if you grew up around here, you might learn that the big pine trees up here were reserved for the King's Navy to be used as masts on their ships. The colonists up here just didn't want to follow that law. They'd rather cut those trees up for themselves and do what they want. So what happened is in 1734, British officials come up here to the sawmills in New Hampshire to enforce this law. And what happens is that they are attacked by a posse of white people dressed up as Indians who basically beat them up and run them out of town. And also there's other events in the 1760s later in Maine, also where these Wabanaki conflicts had happened, where local people dressed up as Indians, often with like pieces of wood in their mouth to disguise their voices. I don't know how that worked, but that's what they said. And these people would attack landowners or proprietors who are trying to move in on these settlers' territory and, basically basically make them pay taxes or fines or these type of things, which they saw as unjust. So as I say, like in the paper, The Indian Mirror, I think one of the inspirations for like why colonists dressed up as Native Americans is because they felt that they were kind of in the same situation as the Wabanaki people they ironically had recently dispossessed. Outside forces, in this case the British Empire, were moving into their territory and telling them what to do or how they should use natural resources. This was precisely the perspective of the Native Americans, which they had only recently defeated in war. Ultimately, this is a coincidence. There's no records of this. People don't write these things down, especially when they're doing illegal acts in the 1730s. They don't want records to survive. But I think it's a similarity or coincidence that's worth pausing on. So why does this matter? I mean, basically, the trivia thing that you can leave with today is that the Boston Tea Party, it was not Mohawks, but Wabanakis that inspired the Native American dress at the Boston Tea Party. But in a larger sense, why I think this actually really matters is that it kind of speaks to what Philip Deloria and this other scholar named Richard Slotkin say about this phenomenon of white people dressing up as Indians, which continues well into the 20th century. They see it as a kind of evidence of a psychological process within Americans to find a unique identity that's separate from Europe or Britain, okay? And when we look for the origins of Americans trying to find a distinct identity, we often go to the American Revolution, we often go to the Boston Tea Party. What I think this episode shows, and the experience of these wars, is that experience of Americans trying to find an identity for themselves, and that struggle, which we're still going through with to this day, actually starts with the colonial wars before the Revolution up here in northern New England. And furthermore, indirectly, Native Americans, I think, inspired colonists to think about things like natural justice and the rights of individual people in ways that we haven't acknowledged or sufficiently before. Great. Thank you.
It's doing things. There we go. Working on it. There we go. Good morning. As the more than able student moderators already pointed out, I'm Professor Steve Sodergren, and I wanted to spend my portion of the time this morning talking about some recent research I've done regarding really the legacy of the American Civil War. Now, anybody who pays attention to media at all will know that certainly the Civil War has come up more than once in recent years in this country. And I can't think of perhaps a conflict more appropriate to a topic such as war, memory, and reconciliation than that conflict, the American Civil War. It is something that is still unresolved in the minds of many Americans, and it's something that still has us talking about what it meant, what it actually accomplished, even questions such as who really came out the victor in that conflict. And while there's been discussion of monuments, the naming of military bases, how that memory should be cherished or not, my work has kind of focused on something that slipped under the radar a little bit, and that is really the first war crimes trial in American history. And that war crime centered on this individual, Henry Wirz. Historians have not ignored Henry Wirz, but they have really fixated on the end of his life rather than the beginning. Henry Wirz, on November 10th, 1865, was executed in Washington, D.C., having been convicted of multiple counts of violating the customs of war, effectively what we would call war crimes. Why was he executed? You may have never heard of Henry Wirz, but once you hear why he was executed, you probably will understand. In a single word, Andersonville. Henry Wirz was the commandant of Andersonville Prison in Georgia during the American Civil War. This was a Confederate prison camp that was really only created late in the war. It was actually called Camp Sumter, named after Fort Sumter, the great Confederate victory early in the war. And over the course of about a year, 40,000 Union prisoners of war would go through Andersonville Prison. 1/3 of them would die there. More than 13,000 Union soldiers would die primarily of disease at Andersonville Prison. You cannot find numbers like that in any other prison camp during the American Civil War. There was another bad Confederate prison camp in Florence, North Carolina. There were 2 bad ones, one in Elmira, New York on the northern side, Camp Douglas in Chicago. But the idea that 1 in 3 soldiers did not walk out of Andersonville is something really incomparable in Civil War history. What happened was, once the truth of Andersonville became known at the end of the Civil War, the North demanded retribution. Now, when we get into the notion of war criminals, it's not surprising because at some times, certainly the Lincoln assassins, of whom 4 were executed, were considered war criminals. But Henry Wirz was in a class of his own, since he was actually a military officer in the Confederate Army, and thus he was deemed sort of a special class. So let's talk about who he was. And unfortunately, we don't know all that much of who he was. Information is missing. The stories that are told, the whole stories that he told about himself, are often contradictory. What we do know is he was not born in the United States. He was born in Zurich, Switzerland, in either 1822 or 1823. This is the problem. We don't know all the details. We do know that in Zurich, he married and had 2 children and worked for his father in a bank in Zurich. But in the 1840s, he ran afoul of the law. Perhaps because there was accusations of embezzlement from his father's bank. He was imprisoned for several years, and ultimately he was exiled from Switzerland. The Swiss kicked him out. And from there, he traveled Europe for several years before eventually settling, in all places, Louisiana, where in the 1850s he starts a new life. He marries again, has 2 more children, 2 daughters, and he ends up practicing medicine in Louisiana near Baton Rouge. There is no evidence that he actually had any medical training, though. When the war breaks out, he immediately volunteers for the Confederacy. Why is your guess is as good as mine? But given his background, given his education, he is immediately made an officer. Early in the war, he suffers an injury to his arm. His right arm would be effectively useless for the remainder of the war. He said it was a battle wound. There's no real indication that that was the case. And as he shifts around through various commands, he eventually ends up on the command of under the command of General John Winder, who was the Confederate officer responsible for all Confederate prisons. And it's Winder who put him in charge of the day-to-day operations of Camp Sumter, Andersonville, on March 27, 1864. While he technically was not in charge of everything at Andersonville, he was in charge of the day-to-day operations, including security. He instituted some interesting policies there, one of them being the so-called deadline. Soldiers who approached within 20 feet of any prison walls would be shot without warning. And that was a way of maintaining security, considering there were very few guards at Andersonville since Confederates just didn't have the manpower for it. As was noted, Andersonville led to the starvation and suffering of many, many prisoners of war. And so Henry Wirz was what we call a high-value target when the war ends, and he is captured on May 7th, 1865. He is immediately held responsible for Andersonville, even though he wasn't really directly responsible for feeding and clothing the prisoners. That was John Winder. However, unfortunate for Wirz, John Winder had suffered a heart attack and died in March of 1865. So effectively, Wirz is the last man standing responsible for Andersonville. His military trial becomes a public spectacle. This is after the trial of the Lincoln assassins, so this is more unfinished business from the Civil War. He's charged with several counts, including a charge of conspiracy, quote, to injure the health and destroy the lives of soldiers in the military service of the United States in violation of the laws and customs of war. He's charged with the idea that he did not accidentally caused the death of 13,000 men, that it was a deliberate policy to starve prisoners at Andersonville. He is also charged with 13 counts of murder, in that he directly killed prisoners. It's a problematic trial. I mean, historians tend to focus on this because it's really the first war crimes trial. It's also, he effectively utilizes a just following orders defense, which we will see again in the future of military affairs. But you have, it's a military commission, so it's military judges. There are vague and contradictory witnesses. Minimal resources and time are provided for the defense. It's an inherently problematic trial. And really, it's no surprise when he is convicted. Not of everything, though. He's only convicted of 11 of the 13 murder charges, but he is also convicted of the conspiracy charge. He's convicted on October 24th, 1865, and he will be executed on November 10th. So, moving forward, what is the legacy of Henry Wirz? Well, the legacy of Henry Wirz was almost immediately created by Civil War veterans themselves. Northerners specifically wanted to make clear he was a monster who got what he deserved, particularly those who had spent time in Andersonville. Whereas Southerners tried to, in the notion of the lost cause, the idea that the South was in some ways right and was only defeated by mass resources, tried to defend Henry Wirz and suggest that he was a martyr for the Confederate cause. I want to start with the Northerners because, without a doubt, the Northerners are very clear about this. They might have been willing to meet the Confederates halfway on a few things, on agreeing to what the memory of the war is. No Northerners ever agreed that Henry Wirz should get off on this, that he should be forgiven for this. And if you read what they have to say in their memoirs, they drag him through the mud repeatedly. So let's look at some of the Northern assessments here. Northerners in their memoirs after the war, even those who didn't serve in the prison camps, routinely cite him as a monster, a martinet, a coward, a tyrant, or my favorite, a puerile scoundrel. They belittle him. They mock him. One prisoner at Andersonville, Massachusetts Private Warren Goss, notes the day that they arrived. And they, when they first get there and they first see Henry Wirz, who greets them upon entry, Goss says they all laughed at him because his appearance was so silly. He was a ridiculous little man, is what Goss says. And then in his memoir, he mocks Henry Wirz's strong Swiss accent by writing, "By God, you damn Yankees, you won't laugh when you gets into the bullpen." They routinely mock his accent. They all call him German. They don't realize that's not the same as Swiss. It's not that they don't realize, perhaps they don't care. But as time goes on, more and more soldiers, what comes out is a portrayal of him as a little man. As Pennsylvania soldier Ezra Ripple notes, he was a thinned, wizened specimen of a man, resembling in appearance a Skye Terrier. They also point out that he had a terrible temper, and this is actually something Wirz himself admitted during his trials, that his temper could get out of control. One soldier noted that his commonest language was abusive and blasphemous, whereas another soldier noted, Wirz was the most even-tempered man I ever saw, in that he was always in a rage. So, very clearly, there is very few redeeming qualities painted for Henry Wirz here. The Andersonville prisoners want to make clear this guy was stupid, he was silly, he should never have been in uniform. They mock him in every way they can. But they also want to make clear, and this is kind of a contradiction when you get down to it, is he's stupid, he's silly, he's ridiculous, but he was a mastermind who killed thousands. And one person who really walks this delicate balancing act is arguably the most famous Andersonville prisoner, John McElroy. In 1879, John McElroy would publish his memoir, Andersonville, A Story of Rebel Prisons. McElroy was a private in an Illinois cavalry unit. He is captured in December of '63, and he's one of the first prisoners at Andersonville Prison. And as time goes on, he will note that he will say things like he was an undersized, fidgety man with an insignificant face. He was simply contemptible from whatever point of view he was studied. But it also points out that only Wirt's, small, insignificant, miserable Wirt's, the underling, the tool, the servile, the brainless, the fetcher and carry of these men was punished. In other words, he wanted Jefferson Davis to hang for this thing as well. Now, Southerners are a little bit different. Southerners, when they talk about Wirt's struggle, because he's a foreigner and they don't know that much about him, and pretty much everybody agrees that Andersonville was a bad thing. So instead, they tend to devote time to whataboutism, is what we would call it today. Oh, Andersonville was bad, but northern prisons were worse. And so they call it judicial murder. Jefferson Davis, in his memoir, talks about Wirt's and calls the trial a so-called trial. And Wirt's was a foreigner by birth, poor, friendless, and wounded. One soldier notes, poor Wirt's of Andersonville was a saint by the side of some in the higher authority on the Union side. That's pointing to, well, Sherman and Grant, they should have hung for their treatment of prisoners in northern camps. But what really brings this issue to a head is in 1905. In 1905, the Georgia Daughters of the Georgia Division of the United Daughters of the Confederacy decide that, if I can, there we go, that Henry Wirt's deserves a monument. And what they announce is in October of 1905, they will fund a suitable monument that will acknowledge, quote, he was judicially murdered under false charges of cruelty to prisoners. Well, Northerners explode at this. Northerners jump up and down on the Daughters of the Confederacy, saying that Wirt's was a villain, a traitor, he was inhuman. One soldier notes, yes, give him a monument just so we can show that he is burning in hell. Whereas Southerners are a little bit more tepid when it comes to their defense of Wirt's. Southerners have a tendency to say, well, yes, but maybe he was innocent, but maybe a monument is not the best thing. One soldier notes that perhaps it was impolitic of the Daughters of the Confederacy to bring up this idea of a monument for him, or that one author notes, I'm inclined to conservative views on this subject and whether or not to issue a monument. And the point of the fact is that the South was really mixed on Henry Wirt's. In fact, the Daughters of the Confederacy can't find a place to put a monument to him. Richmond says no. They want Henry Wirt's monument up on Monument Avenue with Lee and Davis and Jackson, all of them. Nope. Atlanta says no. Macon, Georgia says no. And finally, the only place that will accept it is Andersonville itself, also known as Americus, is the local town near Andersonville Prison. And sure enough, on May 12th, 1909, up goes the monument. The inscription on the monument reads, Henry Wirt's, discharging his duty with such humanity as the harsh circumstances of the times and the policy of the foe permitted, Captain Wirt's became at last a victim of misdirected public clamor. A news article about the dedication ceremony says that the monument went up in kind spirit. And that's where it is today. These are my pictures from 2 years ago. In all the discussion of monuments, Lee, Jackson, Davis, this has never come up despite the fact that it is only about half an hour from Fort Benning, now Fort Moore. This is the legacy of Henry Wirt's, enshrined in stone, only yards away from the American military cemetery where over 13,000 soldiers yet lie buried. So, when we think of Wirt's, the Daughters of the Confederacy wanted us to think of this monument. But really, when it comes to history, people tend to focus on his trial and execution, and maybe that's appropriate. since nobody would know Henry Wirz if it weren't for Andersonville. Nobody would know Henry Wirz if he weren't for his execution. Ultimately, historians have come down on the idea that it was a biased trial, it was an unfortunate trial, it wasn't really a great moment in American legal history, but Wirz was probably guilty of something. As one historian says, it is hardly believable that over 100 witnesses from both armies would perjure themselves. And so at the end of the day, Wirz's legacy has been firmly tied to Andersonville, for better or for worse. His legacy is complicated. Northerners were abundantly clear that he was not a good guy, and he should not be remembered for being a good guy, whereas perhaps surprisingly, Southerners were a bit more mixed on it. They tried to defend him, but even Southerners seemed to admit Andersonville was a humanitarian disaster. And at the end of the day, I think one historian said it best. Whether intentional or not, Andersonville was a crime against humanity, and Wirz was made to pay for it. Thank you very much.
If you have any questions for either the panelists, please, there are microphones on either side of the stage. If you'd like to lead it. Yeah, that works.
I have a question for Professor Bennett. So, in your research, I know you're talking a lot about the Wabanaki. Given that the Boston Tea Party is in Massachusetts, did your research touch on the Wampanoag at all, especially in King Philip's War, and sort of the devastation that caused to Massachusetts?
Are you from Massachusetts?
No,
Oh,
from California.
Okay, cool. So that speaks to, I think, actually something about the memory of this period, is that when we're taught about this era in American history, we learn about the Wampanoag because of the pilgrims, so-called pilgrims. And then when we talk about Indian wars, especially in New England, perhaps if you're from Massachusetts or Rhode Island, you learn about King Philip's War. But nothing happens north of the current boundary of Massachusetts. We don't talk about that. That's kind of reflected in the archival records as well, is because the English don't like talking about the wars with the Wabanakis because they often are losing them. And that validates arguments that perhaps God is not on their side, and perhaps what they're doing is not totally righteous and good. And actually, so Maine was part of Massachusetts until 1820. And the thing that's interesting is as opposed to the memory of it, but as a scholar who studies this period of time, is that people in Boston were very much attuned to events in Maine and New Hampshire because these wars were constantly going on there in terms of raising soldiers, building fortifications. It was a major political issue, but it's one that once they kind of win, they're happy to quickly forget. And then after the American Revolution, that becomes like the big event for them. But in the lead up to it, this political context would have been something that they were very, very familiar with. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
A little short, sorry. So with Europeans and European Americans having a history of dressing up as other communities and groups to either ridicule them or intimidate others, I was wondering, did you come across any research or information that kind of showed the effects of those European Americans dressing up as the Wabanakis, and how that kind of affected the community and the views and stigmatizations around them? Because we kind of see post-Civil War with the minstrel shows and the popularizations of those, how the views of Black people were kind of created around that. So I'm wondering, did you come across any research that kind of showed how that may have affected perspectives on the Wabanakis?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So when we think of the Indian wars or these Indian battles, and I talked about this recently in my survey course, I mean, most of us have probably heard of Little Bighorn with Custer. That's very famous. St. Clair's defeat, which happened in the 1790s, where the Indians also almost destroyed the U.S. Army in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Many of you probably have never heard of that before, right? Because that was kind of awkward. But at least, so for Americans, the idea of the Native American other was really shaped by the Buffalo Bill Wild West shows. When a national culture was first emerging in the 19th century. So the American idea of the Indian is often very much a plains Native American person, like with a teepee and horses and these type of things. Native Americans actually all, it's a big continent, are very diverse in different areas. So you could see in terms of how that impacted Wabanaki people in the late 19th century when they're trying to make money by selling baskets to tourists and these type of things. They often dress up and adopt Plains Native American costumes because that's what they want, because they understand that's what white people want them to do, even though it's not a reflection of their own practices or culture.
Thank you.
I have a question for Professor Sodergren. So I was just wondering if in your research you delved into some of the other famous war criminals of the Civil War, people like Champ Ferguson or the other border state guerrillas, and how maybe their actions hampered efforts of reconciliation during Reconstruction in the border states after the war.
Thank you. That's an excellent question because Henry Wirt's really only the biggest profile one, but yes, you could Champ Ferguson, William Quantrill. These were people who really cut a swath through the border regions during the Civil War. They were, by a modern definition, really guerrilla operators. And at the same time, Quantrill meets a bloody end, so there really is no trial for him. And others are also tried by effectively military commissions as well. I have begun to do some research on that, on the military commissions that were set up to, and they used the word guerrilla to arrest and try guerrillas. But these did occur. They did get some publicity, but in terms, Henry Wirtz got the press because it was Andersonville. Andersonville, with so many dead, really kind of captured the public, and it was the Northern prisoners who were in the press saying, "You need to punish this guy. We can't forgive this guy. We have to do that." But going back to the original point, yes, because states like Kentucky and Tennessee, Missouri, where they had really kind of interstate and intrastate fighting in many respects, that leads to a difficult reconciliation after the war because it was more neighbor versus neighbor there, and they did some terrible things to each other. And it's only recently, I think, historians are starting to actually pick that apart in more detail.
Hi, great set of presentations. I'm Professor Goldstein. I'm up from Brown University. I'm an Asia specialist. I'll be speaking in the afternoon, but a couple of questions for each of you. One, living in Rhode Island there, I'm kind of struck by, as you said, I mean, it's hardly discussed. I mean, you'll see certain things are named after King Philip or something. Nobody even knows that that's a Native American person. And then but so my question is, I mean, New England, I don't think has done a good job at reconciling and remembering. I'm familiar with the Pequot Museum as one place that seems to at least broach the discussion in a serious way. But I was wondering if you think any New England states are better at this, and how can we do better? And then I have to ask on the Civil War whether you kind of hinted at this at the end, but our country's been going through a lot of discussion about Civil War monuments, and I just wonder what your general take on this. As a child, I remember looking at these things and being like, "What? Why is this here?" But on the other hand, it's clearly still an emotive issue. So I wonder how you think we're grappling with it. If I could put you on the spot. Thank you, gentlemen.
So first, I'll say is I taught at Connecticut College for a year, so I lived down there as well. And I would just recommend if you're down there, the site of the Great Swamp Fight, which was perhaps several thousand people died in that battle. Many more were enslaved, and it's the creepiest historical place I've ever been. You have to walk through a swamp by yourself for a mile to this like ruined monument. So it's kind of really powerful to go to those places, even though people don't acknowledge their significance. And I think actually a good way of answering your question is right now it's the 300th anniversary of Dummer's War, which was the most important Native American conflict in northern New England. But there has not been any kind of articles about it. There's actually, if you've been to Battery Park in Burlington, there's a huge statue of a Native American man, and it's purportedly named after Greylock, who was the head Wabanaki Sagamore from that conflict. If you ask, who has an amazing story, but if you ask people who is Greylock or why did he matter, I don't think many people can answer that question. So I think there's a lot of room for it, and I'm kind of suspicious that at least in Maine, when we commemorate it, it will be the Norwich Walk massacre. So oftentimes, and I think this is something to challenge for us, is that when we remember this period of time, it's often the most horrible events that are like the most genocidal, which are very important and we should remember, but there's kind of an attitude like that's all you need to know about Native American history or this period of time, and I think that's actually really unfortunate and missing a huge part of the story.
Well, one thing I'll just note about Civil War monuments, because it is an ongoing discussion, and I think that it's amazing that we're actually having the discussion. And people are saying, oh, well, you know, we're tearing down monuments and things like that, but we're talking about it, and the courts are weighing in on this, and they're weighing in on what communities can and can't do in terms of the preservation and history. And these are timeless issues that we need to tackle. To put things back to my research, the Henry Wirtz Monument is in many ways an outlier because when people defend monuments, they say, well, like it or not, Lee had a lot of accomplishments. Like it or not, Jackson had a lot of, they won battles. They had a tremendous impact on history. The Wirtz Monument, Wirtz didn't accomplish anything, and even the monument seem to acknowledge that. The monument is there to commemorate what the Daughters of the Confederacy say was an injustice. The monument is to his fate, not to his accomplishments, and that puts it in a different whole class. And I mean, I don't think it's so far saying is like, you know, it's effectively like saying we're going to put up a monument to remember that somebody was lynched on this spot or something like that. That's what the Daughters of the Confederacy were going for. They weren't necessarily glorifying Wirtz as recognizing him as a monument. And I think that's a category of monument that we really haven't addressed in all of our discussions, and there might be more of them out there.
This is a question for Professor Sodergren. I wanted to ask if you believe that the creation of this monument was in any way a sort of almost intimidation tactic to show how the Confederacy was still going to be fighting against the Union for a long time, and we can still kind of see that sort of division today because there has been some evidence that has shown that a lot of monuments from the Confederacy have been erected long after the wars have ended in order to intimidate the civil rights movement. So do you think there's any indication that this could be it, or if it was just to kind of take a stab at a court that was probably essentially not very reliable?
Good question, thank you. Every time a group or a country or a person puts up a monument, they are making an argument about history. They are saying what they think should be remembered, who should be remembered, and why it should be remembered. They are staking a claim to the past. So in this case, absolutely, I think the United Daughters of the Confederacy were staking a claim to the past. Unlike some monuments, I don't think this was about civil rights. I think this was about telling, quote unquote, the truth of history. And that is trying to say that, look, future generations, when you come here to this monument, realize that whatever happened to this guy, whatever you've heard about it, is not true. Here is the truth. He was unjustly convicted and executed, and they wanted that enshrined and set in stone for future generations. And there are many other Confederate monuments that do similar things, that say that the Confederacy was about this or it wasn't about that, in efforts to make clear to the future generations this is what the past should be. And what we're engaging right now is in as a nation is trying to determine whether or not, because it's set in stone, does that necessarily mean that is the agreed upon version of the past, and what we do about that. So, yeah, good question.
Unfortunately, that's all the time we have today for this panel. I'm sure those of you with questions still, our presenters will be happy to answer them at another time maybe. But thank you all for coming, and the next panel should be at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Good job. Good job. Are you a television viewer?
What is the nicest way I can say this?
I was gonna say,
No.
I was,
Okay.
yeah, I was ready.
There
I was like,
is
control once it gets going.
Do have a lot of images, but I will not.
Yeah.
I will not go over.
Cover from yesterday? Oh, no.
Yes.
It's real dumb on live streaming. We're not.
They're comfortable with this. If they don't lower the lights, you might ask them to. I don't know.
Maybe we should ask our.
I asked Yang Mo.
Yes, Yang Mo, but he's.
Oh, look. I will
not. Oh, there we go.
That's good.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that.
That'll help a lot because it's.
There we go. I think it'll be nice to be able to see the images. I don't know. We might get some complaints from Mark about it being dark, but I think we'll be okay. As long as we have big hand gestures and look at each other.
That's right.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for joining us for the 5th Annual Peace and War Center. Welcome to the second session, which is about war, memory, and reconciliation. I am Joshua Smith, pleased to be a moderator for this session. I'm an international studies major.
I am Richard Conlon, the other moderator for the session, and I am a Studies in War and Peace major. In this 11 o'clock session, we'll move from remembering wars for the experiences themselves and onto exploring celebrations of peace and reconciliation catalyzed by war.
In this session, we are joined by Dr. Emily Gray, Professor of History, and Dr. Timothy Parker, Associate Professor of History and Theory of Architecture and Art.
Professor Gray will lead off our session with her work, Peace and Reconciliation After the 30 Years' War, Augsburg's Peace Festivals and Memorial Art. Dr. Parker will follow with his presentation, Within the Aftermath of War, Making Space for Memory and Reconciliation.
These presentations will last 15 minutes apiece, and we will dedicate the final 10 minutes of this session to your questions. Thank you.
Professor Gray earned her doctorate in history from the University of Pennsylvania in 2004. She has been on the faculty at Norwich University since 2007, becoming professor of history in 2020. Dr. Gray was awarded the Homer L. Lodge Award for Teaching Excellence from Norwich in 2015. Her historical specialty is early modern Europe, specifically the Protestant Reformation in Germany, and she has published with Wrestling with the Reformation in Augsburg, 1530, as part of the Reacting to the Past series, and has 2 forthcoming publications discussing churches in Augsburg. Today, she's going to be presenting on the memory of the 30 Years' War in Augsburg through their annual Peace Festival. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that introduction, Richard. I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you all for coming. I don't know of any place in history maybe that's grappled with the issues of peace and war and reconciliation as long and as consistently as in Augsburg, Germany. For nearly 4 centuries, since the year 1650, the city of Augsburg in Bavaria, southern Germany, has celebrated the Peace of Westphalia and the end of the 30 Years' War in annual celebrations every single year on the 8th of August. The Augsburg Hohes Friedensfest, or Great Peace Festival, is actually today the only officially recognized municipal holiday in all of Germany. Banks close, government offices close, businesses close. Citizens get together and enjoy these potluck celebrations in the city's main square. They eat Friedenstauben, peace doves, these little kind of donut kind of things. They call it Tauben and Trauben, doves and grapes, because the two rhyme, I guess. People bring food, they share it with their neighbors, speeches are delivered. Every 3 years, an Augsburg Peace Prize is given out. Most recently, in 2023, the Peace Prize was given to journalist Katrin Eigendorf. But past winners have included Mikhail Gorbachev, the Soviet leader, and Christian Führer, who was the pastor of the Nikolai Church in Leipzig that started the protests that eventually opened the Berlin Wall. There is also always, aren't they cute, a children's peace festival in a city park the following weekend. Let me tell you just a little bit about Augsburg. It is a medium-sized city in Germany. It's the third largest city in Bavaria, population of about 300,000. But it has a very deep history. It's actually a 2,000-year-old history that was a city that was founded by the Romans. Augsburg is named after Caesar Augustus. And it was actually among the wealthiest cities in the world in the 1500s. There was a series of important banking families, the Fugger, the Welser, the Hochstädter. Augsburgers controlled a lot of area in the world, including Venezuela for a period of time. But you probably haven't heard of Augsburg if you haven't had a class with me, and that's because in the 30 Years' War, Augsburg was decimated, losing about 60% of its population and almost all of its economic clout. So now that makes it a lovely little city to live and work in with some really amazing historical archives. Another thing that's interesting to note about Augsburg, it has been a biconfessional city for more than 500 years. Biconfessional meaning that Lutherans and Catholics live together in relative peace, even though they haven't always been happy about that. In 1555, you might have heard of the Peace of Augsburg. This was an agreement that was reached, happened to be in the city of Augsburg, between the Holy Roman Emperor and the various princes of the Holy Roman Empire, that came up with the principle of cuius regio eius religio, he who rules chooses the religion. So these princes, these cities, they picked one side or another. They picked being Catholic or they picked being Lutheran. Augsburg couldn't pick. And the reason they couldn't is because the wealthy people wanted to stay Catholic. Many of them loaned money to popes and were afraid that the popes and the important Catholic rulers wouldn't pay them back. But most of the people were Lutherans, so they settled into a kind of uneasy dual relationship between Lutherans and Catholics. And it's this tradition, actually, when it says Augsburg, wir sind Friedensstadt, we are a city of peace, that's kind of the tradition that they're trying to draw upon, that for 500 years, you've had these different groups living together in relative peace. But it hasn't always been peace and happiness in Augsburg. The 30 Years' War, which went from 1618 to 1648, was a horrific time in the history of German Central Europe, for Augsburg and really for everywhere else. It was mostly fought within the boundaries of the Holy Roman Empire, but the intervention first of the Danish and then of the Swedes, who knew that the Swedes would be so belligerent? They're terrifying, actually. That kind of just took the whole level of destruction of the war up. And soon, the 30 Years' War became a proxy war between Habsburg dynasties of Spain and Austria and the Bourbon dynasty of France, during which time new military technologies, new uses of gunpowder in particular, led to previously unimaginable loss of life. And as many as 1 million men may have fought in the war. That's only direct combatants, not their wives, their families, various other people who came along and supported these armies, so they were huge. Historians estimate that about 20% of the population of Central Europe died as a direct result of the war, either combat deaths or deaths due to disease and starvation. Compare that to World War I and World War II, where about 6% of the population of German Central Europe died, and that's bad. But it's less than a third the impact in terms of the population. The sides in the 30 Years' War correspond roughly to Protestant and Catholic religious groups. So even though it wasn't officially a war about religion, if you want more details, come take my 30 Years' War class in the fall, there was definitely a religious inflection to the war, and you saw that when the war actually was going on. So during the 30 Years' War, both sides burned down churches, prohibited religious practices they didn't agree with. In Augsburg, this was a problem because, as I just mentioned, Augsburg has both Lutheran and Catholic churches. This is an example of, we've got a Catholic church here, and then next to it, the Lutheran church that was destroyed in 1629. And actually, this destruction of churches starts happening in Augsburg in 1628, as soon as Catholic forces become really ascendant in the city. They destroy churches, they start prohibiting religious practices, and then Gustavus Adolphus and the Swedes come in 1632. They make the Catholics share their churches with the Lutherans. That does not go well, and so they just take the churches away from the Catholics and they give them to the Lutherans. And then Gustavus Adolphus dies in 1634 and everything goes back, and pretty much for a period of time, everyone's just kind of worshiping outside because there's no churches to worship in. The war was a stalemate from about 1635 to 1648. Nobody knew how to end a war on this scale. Nobody knew how to end a war, period. So when the Peace of Westphalia was finally announced, there was widespread rejoicing. This is one of the broadsheet images that announces the actual decision of the Peace of Westphalia. You can see from Vienna to Stockholm. You can see Paris kind of there in the background. All of that is so you've got the ship there that says Fried, which means peace. Everyone was really, really excited about that. Note the date on this, depending on how well you read old Fraktur German. It says it's the 25th of the Weinmonat. It's the 25th of October when this was announced. And yet, if you remember, in Augsburg, they celebrate the peace on the 8th of August. I'll tell you why they do that in just a minute. But the very first great peace festival that takes place in Augsburg takes place in 1650, and it was organized by Augsburg's Lutherans. And it was really about celebrating their religion and the return of their churches. So we've mentioned already a couple of people, divergent memories of war. Professor Koo mentioned that Koreans and Japanese remember the occupation of Korea very differently. The North and the South in the Civil War, very divergent memories. Well, in Augsburg, we have very divergent memories in that Catholics and Lutherans remember the war very differently and celebrate it very differently. So in the first big Friedensfest, the big peace festival, there were thousands of people that packed into Augsburg's Lutheran churches under banners that read, "Through peace comes joy," fresh flowers decking the walls, paintings of the kings of France, Sweden, and Austria, all the signatories of the treaty. Pastors gave great sermons. There were trumpets. It's always good when there's trumpets, right? Trumpets and drums accompanying the church organs, and then they had soldiers outside of the churches, and at kind of key points in the sermon, volleys of musket fire, celebratory musket fire. A few days later, the Children's Festival, children paraded through the streets, dressed like angels, wearing white shirts or aprons with boughs of greenery carried in their arms and wreaths on their heads. Meanwhile, Catholics stayed in their homes with their windows closed. So they did not provoke more conflict on a day that was supposed to be about celebrating peace. This was not a celebration, as I'm sure you can see by now, about toleration. This was a celebration of a Lutheran victory. There was that period during the war where Lutherans were afraid that Augsburg was going to be completely re-Catholicized, that all of their churches were going to be taken away. The Peace of Westphalia returned their churches to them. And that's actually why they chose the 8th of August to celebrate this great peace festival. The 8th of August was the day that the Edict of Restitution was put forward in 1629 that took all the Lutheran churches away. So by holding this peace festival on the 8th of August, the Lutherans of Augsburg are saying, we won this war, we got all of our churches given back to us. So I want to look, just for the next few minutes that I have, at some art from the two periods of time in which the Peace Festival was celebrated, because we can tell a lot about what the Peace Festival was supposed to do by the kind of art that was created for it. And one of the things that was really important in the Peace Festival from 1650 all the way to 1789 is that every year they created these images for children. And when you went to the Children's Peace Festival, you got an image like this that was printed for you, and you were supposed to take it home and hang it on your wall and remember. And so each one of these kind of captures a moment in time where we're told what the children of Augsburg were told to remember. This one, which is from 1736 by Philip Andreas Killian, depicts a historical event. This is what it looked like for all of the Lutherans of Augsburg to be gathered together outside, because they didn't have any churches to gather in, and holding a religious service. And then if you look up above, we have images of all 6 of Augsburg's Lutheran churches kind of up above. So this is a way of saying, kind of celebrating, we didn't have our churches, we were about to lose our religion, and then we got it back thanks to the Peace of Westphalia. This one from 1748, Christoph Friedrich Hermann von Gutenberg, shows Augsburg up there. You can tell it's Augsburg because of the Rathaus, very iconic. And it's surrounded by walls, and the walls are guarded by angels, and the angels have flaming swords. I mean, you know, the image here is pretty clear. At the top, you've got the all-seeing eye of God, and then you've got text here clarifying the meaning of the image. It says, Augsburg's constitution is founded on rock and guarded by angels. Augsburg's constitution was created by the Peace of Westphalia. Its constitution made it so that Lutherans and Catholics would share power equally. There were 2 mayors in the town, one Lutheran, one Catholic, and equal number of members of the city council. And, but the thing that's interesting about this is, in this image of Augsburg, the only buildings you see other than the Rathaus are Lutheran church buildings. Actually, I'm going to skip this one. Let me, some of the images were political. This is one from 1764 that celebrates the election of a new Holy Roman Emperor, Joseph II. Now, Joseph II was Catholic, but he was known for his toleration. And this is kind of, you know, here you've got God at the top. Again, the icing all of God is instructing this woman here in the foreground to write things down. And she's got these important dates in her tablet there, recording key periods of time as it relates to the 30 Years' War, but also some early 18th century battles in the War of Spanish Succession, and that took place near Augsburg, and then, of course, the date that this new emperor takes office. And you can see in the background, you've got all of these soldiers kind of surrounding this church in the back, and they've also just kind of released their celebratory musket fire. So it's a little, the image is interesting because it's a little scary that you've got all these soldiers kind of like gathered around the church, but I think it's meant to be celebratory. So they stopped creating these Friedensgemälde or these peace pictures in 1789, but the Peace Festival continued on. It continued through the Napoleonic Wars, through Augsburg's incorporation into Bavaria in 1806, Franco-Prussian War, World War I and II. And then after World War II, U.S.-occupied Augsburg was trying to find a way, you know, how can we need something to celebrate. We need to think about peace. What should we do? They wanted to do something incorporating history. And that's where this idea of this peace festival, which really was a celebration of like Lutherans won, becomes a celebration of toleration. And it's really kind of developed into that ever since 1950. And just to show you some images, they no longer are creating peace pictures for children to take home and put on their walls, but they do have murals that get commissioned every year on the 8th of August. And that will also tell you a little bit about what are we supposed to be remembering here and what are we supposed to be celebrating. So here's a couple of images here, 2018 by Guido Zimmermann, which means when everything forms a unit. So you've got these people of different races, and then I love here in the front, you've got like an ape, and then you've got a robot holding hands as well. But you have them kind of all working together there. That was from 2018. The one on the right is from 2021, similar kind of image. One hand cares for the others is what that means. And this also shows, forearms kind of belonging to a variety of people, and still our ape. I don't know what happened to our, I don't know, there's no robot in there. It's a little bit disappointing. But you can see kind of a very different idea about what peace means by the time we get to the modern day. Just a couple others that I want to show you. Just a minute. I like this one called Acrobats, not only because it's fun, but because I feel like this actually really demonstrates what it's like to kind of hold all of these things in tension. At the same time, I mean, sometimes to have peace requires a certain amount of contortion and a little bit of a balancing act to be able to make it work. Certainly that was the case in trying to maintain peace in the years immediately following the 30 Years' War. And then this is an interesting one. This is the only mural that incorporates a church. And it's a church that didn't exist at the time of the 30 Years' War. This is a relatively new church from 1910. You might notice that it looks a lot like Neuschwanstein, those of you who've been to that castle. But anyway, it is meant to kind of put this church in a different context. It's underwater. We've got our coral here and a turtle going by. It is in the neighborhood of Fairsaye, which is where the U.S. military was headquartered. And after the military left in the early 90s, a lot of migrants moved in there. And so it's kind of become a neighborhood of migrants. And the title of this is Refugees Welcome. So 400 years, nearly, have passed since the beginning of the 30 Years' War, and Augsburg has celebrated 373 great peace festivals and counting. Many things are the same. In both cases, both ancient, sort of many years ago and today, children are being taught what it means to be an Augsburger and imbued with a sense of civic pride in their history. Adults are getting together to remember times of war and really celebrate being in a period of peace. But the meaning and significance of this peace festival has changed a lot over time. Now what we have is cultural and religious diversity being celebrated as a strength and a source of pride, and not as something that we unfortunately have to live with, which is how they felt about it several hundred years ago. The Great Peace Festival today not only is Lutherans, but also Catholics, many other types of Christians, Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, everybody gets together and celebrates together. So the Augsburgers of 1650 would probably be very confused by the kind of things that were happening today, but they are in many ways a logical outgrowth of 400 years of Augsburg largely avoiding conflicts and doing their best to get along with their neighbors. And just because the meaning of that has changed over time, I think there's still a lot that we can learn from them. I will leave it at that.
Professor Gray, thank you very much for your remarks. I'm now pleased to introduce Professor Timothy Parker. Dr. Parker earned his doctorate in architectural history and theory from the University of Texas at Austin in 2010 and has been on the faculty at Norwich since 2012. His teaching and study in the field of architecture is extensive, and this is reflected largely in his major publication from the University of Texas. This volume is entitled Sanctioning Modernism, Architecture and the Making of Post-War Identities. It's incredibly insightful as it delves into the fusion of psychological, philosophical, historical, and religious factors, among others, which influence architecture. Today, Dr. Parker will be presenting Within the Aftermath of War, Making Space for Memory and Reconciliation.
Good morning. Very happy to be here. Thank you, Emily, Professor Gray, for wonderful reflections that I hope mine will complement in some ways. I'm working today, as you can see, on the context of what architecture might be able to do regarding a goal of reconciliation. But I want to be really clear up front. I'm not one of those architects who thinks architecture can do everything, or architects can do everything. There's a famous line buried within the Renaissance treatise, the most important one of the Renaissance, on architecture by Alberti, where he claims that beauty in architecture is so important, it can even help save a building from destruction because approaching combatants might pause before they attack it. Not that kind of suggestion here. Instead, what I want to do is think about how architecture can in fact be more broadly construed than buildings and how they look. But instead, architecture is a central component in creating the built environment, a broader phenomenon wherein we inhabit our daily lives, we go about conflicts, moving through, potential reconciliation, and everything in between. They are physical remainders and reminders of all the fullness of life. You can't really avoid architecture. With regard to reconciliation in the aftermath of war, one naturally enough thinks of memorials and monuments. But I like to call to mind a pithy observation by the philosopher of art, Arthur Danto, that reminds us just how tricky this can be. He writes, "We erect monuments so that we shall always remember, and build memorials so that we shall never forget." Not exactly the same thing, but they do share a lot. There are some overlaps in intention, and I think part of the challenges here is the fact that once something is built, it exists in time and will take on meanings that we can't control. So what I want to do today is explore a little bit one particular site of convergence. It's a remarkable site having to do with the post-World War II reconstruction of Coventry Cathedral. And in particular, it's the new, self-consciously modern cathedral immediately adjacent to the ruins of the old that were destroyed in the Blitz of 1940. But before I get to that, I want to comment upon a couple conceptual things at play in my mind. If we're thinking about architecture not primarily in terms of objects that we encounter and think about, but as creators of space, we also experience architecture always through time somehow. That is, if we're thinking of our lives and the events of our lives individually or collectively, how we encounter a building or the built landscape, the built environment, we do so in motion. We approach and enter, we move through, we cross boundaries and thresholds. We feel protected or enclosed or not, and all sorts of things like that. And I think when we consider particular sites with regard to traumas of war, it's very appropriate to remind ourselves we walk into any building with our own memories, our own histories, personal and partly shared, somehow also there. And so we respond to environments variously, in part through imagination and memory, as well as hope and desire. And if we're talking about churches, there's also a question here regarding sacredness, sacred space. Might it matter when we cross a certain kind of threshold that we're entering into a place where behavior has to change, we act more reverentially, or something sort of like that? I say sort of because in the modern world, 20th century and beyond now, well beyond, we don't agree very easily regarding what is sacred, what is not, and how to regard such distinctions. And so I'd like to suggest here that thinking about moving around and through and experiencing architecture, as well as considering possibilities of the sacred, and finally thinking of the modern experience especially, we're dealing with modes of mediation. One way or another, we're trying to navigate, negotiate, settle, at least provisionally, how we relate in the present to the past, how we relate as individuals to something that transcends us. One way or another, we're trying to bridge the gap between something. And if anything, reconciliation is seeking to bring back into right relationship parties, people, events, places, etc., that have been estranged. With regard to Coventry Cathedral in particular, I want to introduce it briefly as a work of architecture. You see on the screen an exterior view, not of the entire new building, but really of where the so-called west or entry end of it meets the ruins, the remains of the medieval cathedral. The attitude the architect Basil Spence consciously adopted regarding those ruins is significant because this was the result, the design, of an international competition. And yet, part of the requirements from the beginning was to say, we're going to keep the tower. All winning designs, potentially winning designs, would have to incorporate the tower somehow into the new site. He went further, and he basically decided that any and all parts of the ruined building that could be stabilized enough to remain should remain. He writes in his report accompanying the winning design the following: "Through the ordeal of bombing, Coventry was given a beautiful ruin. The tower and spire reveal themselves for the first time in an arresting new aspect from the ruined nave. As the cathedral stands now, it is an eloquent memorial to the courage of the people of Coventry. It is felt that the ruin should be preserved as a garden of rest, embracing the open-air pulpit and stage, and the new cathedral should grow from the old and be incomplete without it." Clearly, he's not designing a building to follow the stylistic gestures and traditions of the medieval. This is not a Gothic revival building. It's a modern building, but it's a particular kind of modern. Modern identity, after all, is a kind of negotiation. With what attitude does the architect embrace or approach the past? Do we seek to be entirely and utterly new, or develop some aspect of previous tradition? For Spence, he writes at length in his memoir of this experience that he was well formed in the long history of medieval architecture, especially church architecture, and he does not see it as a singular style. In fact, he says some of the greatest cathedrals embody within the single body of the building multiple styles that somehow work together over time. He describes the adventurous nature of this tradition and then turns the tables on the common discourse, all too common, regarding modern versus tradition. People are, he says, shocked when architects think in this traditional way. They cannot see that the true traditionalists are people who think simply in their own era. The copyists, then, are surely the revolutionaries. One thing to note about this, then, he makes a few decisions regarding the architecture that I'll point out. On the right, you see the plan, and it forms a kind of L shape. And as it is, you see the entry in the gap between the ruins at the bottom and the building at the top. The orientation is maintained to be fundamentally about the altar end at the top of that screen. The zigzag walls that allow the windows to shed light on that end but not be seen as one approaches it from below, from the entry, and several other design decisions are included here. But I'm looking at this site not just as a work of architecture with regard to ruins, but as a site also of another range of art forms, in particular, the musical performance, the premiere of the War Requiem by Benjamin Britten, only 5 days after the consecration of the cathedral. Britten likewise adopts, and actually had been described by others as, a figure that manages a mediation between the modern and the traditional that's subtle and complicated. He was called a revolutionary conservative. And we see evidence of that attitude that's really distinctive here, because he could, for this celebration of the new cathedral, choose any kind of sacred or secular text. He adopted the choice of the Mass for the dead, the Requiem. And he interspersed within the text of that Requiem Mass, the Latin text, fragments of anti-war poetry from Wilfred Owen, rooted in the experience of the First World War. And I want to simply bring these reflections regarding mediation to a focal point without attempting to do justice by any means to the complexity of the musical experience of modernity vis-a-vis tradition, but I'll suggest it's in the interstitial space, the threshold, the boundary between the church proper and the nave garden of rest of the ruins, where a provocative aspect of the War Requiem takes hold. This entry zone into the new cathedral is a floor-to-ceiling, full-height, light metal frame glass wall, upon which are engraved images of saints and biblical figures, but most especially angels. And they range in different postures. The ones you encounter most directly are the standing angels along the lower row. Spence himself, when he talked about early visions for the cathedral, said he always had a clear vision of the orientation toward the altar, but it was ever changing. I could not see the altar but through the bodies of the saints. So there was an intention to keep a transparency there, and yet also an arresting challenge. These were the products of lots of experimentation throughout the 1950s by the artist John Hutton. And I'd like to suggest that, attending to the premiere of the War Requiem, this site takes on a new meaning, in addition to that perhaps intended by Spence. And that is because during one of the, I should say first, the arrangement of the War Requiem is complicated. There were 3 different portions of performers, one of which, however, was a boys' choir. And the boys' choir sung in a decidedly archaic mode of Latin singing, and they were always held to be at a great distance. I believe, though I haven't found absolute evidence of this, but managing the interior organization of this space and speculating a bit, they must have been towards that entry end, near this glass wall. And I'll close with simply this one passage from the Requiem Mass, which brings our attention back to the question of how we're encountering this memory that's being processed in a way in a religious tradition of the Requiem, praying for the repose of the dead, that they be saved to a better afterlife than they had in life. But what occurs here ahead to there. is a bracketing in the offertorium of the Latin sung by the major choir, invoking the grace and benevolence of God for the afterlife of the fallen soldiers. But it's a war requiem, a requiem not for the soldiers, but perhaps for war itself. For Britain was a conscientious objector, he was a lifelong pacifist, and he chose to premiere in this spot a work of music that balanced, as difficult as it might be, a challenge to reconciliation. So in the midst of prayers by the main choir, and then at the end, the boys' choir in the back, the two tenors sing the text that you have seen here on the screen by Wilfred Owen. I won't read it. And I haven't played any of the music because really you need to just listen to the whole thing and follow the text. It's an amazing back and forth of supplication for peace and a hope and desire and belief in that, and a commitment to seeing straight on the horrors of what has been experienced. You'll see at a glance a familiar story, repackaged from Wilfred Owen. The binding of Isaac, the would-be but averted sacrifice of his son, of Abraham's son Isaac. The final two lines shifting our attention rather to the world wars of Europe. Thank you very much.
So with that, thank you very much. And we have 10 minutes for any questions. You can use these two mics right here.
Hi, my question is to Professor Gray. So you were talking about how the 30 Years' War is like in between two different religions. And so you said that other countries had to step in to solve that war, correct?
The other countries really stepped in to take advantage of it and exacerbate it.
Okay.
They made it worse.
So then have you come across any sources showing how people at the time looked at this, stepping in from the other countries?
Oh, you mean how people from outside the Holy Roman Empire might have seen what was happening inside?
No, how the inside was looking at how the outside was reacting.
So the way that people were reacting to it. Well, I think it's just like you find in every war. It was a really, really awful time. And we sort of had new armies, great big armies, but they hadn't figured out supply trains yet. So anytime an army came through, they would just take all your stuff. They didn't ask you what religion you were or what side you were on. Soldiers themselves were often changing sides because you would fight for whoever would pay you. And so it didn't matter, what religion you were. But, for a lot of people, they just saw it as a great calamity. A lot of people saw it as judgment from God coming down upon them for their sins. A lot of people blamed those outside forces. Oh, this is the fault of the Spanish. This is the fault of the French. Everyone's terrified of the Swedes. Who knew? They weren't always as peaceful as they are today. And so, I think there was a whole mix of emotions around this time. One thing that I can definitely say is by the time this was over, everyone was happy. Everyone was relieved. And I didn't get a chance to really get into this, but the Catholics have their own way of celebrating the end of hostilities and the peace that comes in Augsburg as well. Everyone was just so relieved it was over at the end.
Thank you.
So in the last panel, Dr. Sadegren talked a little bit on Civil War memorials, in particular one to a perceived Confederate war criminal. So my question, and I believe this could go to either professor here, is how do you believe that the destruction of architecture, particularly those that hold a historical or cultural significance, can impede the post-war reconciliation process?
How does the destruction compete with? Is that the question?
How can it impede?
Impede, thank you. I was wondering what, okay. Yeah, it's, this can, the favorite professorial answer is it's complicated, right? Of course. But I will say that when it comes to architecture and the inherent pretense to permanence, there is automatically a question for future generations to always deal with. What do we do with very old buildings? And aside from explicit memorials and monuments about which we will variously disagree and need to process that for future generations in one way or another, that issue is a subset of a larger issue to me, because it continues to be a matter of in what way are we as humans represented, embraced, spoken to in anything like a recognizable language by the world we inhabit. We make the world we inhabit if we're talking about the built environment, but the we changes. It's always going to change, and the more permanent a building or monument is, the more that becomes an issue for future generations to come to terms with what do we think about this. So maybe it's not a great answer to the question. It can certainly impede something that needs to happen, but sometimes what needs to happen is recontextualizing part of the past. And my mind goes in many different directions regarding it, from monuments that to the degree we can speak in a common shared voice, and that's a very tentative thing, we may want to actively remake our public sphere, aside from and in addition to what we've inherited by happenstance. But aside from those particular kinds of things, we also have instances such as in New England. There are lots of little churches and a dwindling religious population. What do you do with those churches? More pointed in, say, France and England and Canada, but you can look around and see historic churches that are valued now as cultural properties and are deconsecrated, sold to developers, and become something else. There's a wonderful one in Montreal that is now part of a museum. And to my mind, as long as it's a product of a process where the maximum amount of citizenry have a say, that's a good thing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good question.
Hi, my question is, Augsburg has such a long history of its Peace Festival. What is its history of resistance during wartime, and who are the key figures from Augsburg that took the message of peace into action? Thank you.
Oh, that is a great question. History of resistance in Augsburg. I wouldn't say, Augsburg loves to celebrate its history of peace, but I wouldn't say that Augsburg was really a leader in toleration as we think about it necessarily. For the people of Augsburg, the Lutherans and Catholics that were living together, yeah, they didn't kill each other, but they were very happy about the fact that they had to live together. And so the kind of model of toleration that we think about as let's create a big diverse community and let's draw strength from our differences was really not how they thought about it. Now, all of this said, if there was a modern Augsburger in the audience here, they don't like to hear that. They like to hear about their history being one of everyone getting along great, and we love diversity, and diversity is our strength. And I think that's the way that the story gets told today. There's not a lot of historical evidence that that's the way that they felt about it back in the day. So as much as I would love to be able to tell you that Augsburg was a great leader in trying to create, values of toleration and peace, I think they just did the best that they could in the unfortunate circumstances that they were in. And now we find ourselves 500 years later with actually a long history of people getting along great. And they're justly very proud of that.
Thank you.
I think we have time for one more short question, so.
I had a quick comment and a question for Professor Parker. I visited Coventry as a teenager. Thank you so much for bringing back a flood of memories that I had not returned to in decades.
Wonderful.
And enriching that experience and with an awful lot of understanding I didn't have then. For Professor Gray, the Peace of Augsburg resulted in this rule that you cited, the cuius eius religio. So whoever the prince is, his religion is what will be the religion of the place. That's named after Augsburg, and yet Augsburg, did it have a prince that said, I don't care? Is that how it turned out?
Yeah, the city council couldn't pick. About 20% of the population was Catholic. They tended to be the rich people. 80% of the population didn't want to be Catholic. And so they found themselves in this kind of awkward position of neither side could really establish itself as the one official religion. So they had two.
Like
it's very unusual.
Most parts of Germany are very specifically Catholic or Protestant by tradition.
Even to this day, very much so. Yeah.
Are there other cities you're aware of that made that
You know, after the Peace of Westphalia actually officially established this kind of parity constitution, so you've got equal political representation for Lutherans and Catholics, there were only 3 other cities that officially were mentioned in the Peace of Westphalia, and they're cities you haven't heard about: Ravensburg, Biberach, and Dinkelsbühl. So, you know, not important cities. But there are actually, I think the whole Holy Roman Empire is an example of religious diversity, because there's so many borders within the empire. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Holy Roman Empire, it's like the EU today. There's borders everywhere, and everybody's got their own culture. So you've got these different religions, you know, like 5 minutes walk, and you're in a different state that has a different religion. So there's actually much more religious diversity in the empire than I think we generally give them credit for.
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming, and let's give a round of applause to our presenters.
Thank you so much for attending the morning sessions. So starting at 1 p.m., we will have 3 more sessions talking about the European memory and reconciliation from the literature perspective. And then 2 p.m., just the Asian memory and reconciliation issues, China, Japan, and Korea. And then 3 o'clock, student panel sessions talking about the Russian-Ukrainian war, and the Chinese kind of transnational repressions, and all other topics will be addressed. So student panel. So have a nice lunch, and see you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Really? He's in the way.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anna Lemler, and I am a freshman pursuing a degree in computer and electrical engineering.
My name is Gretchen Reese, and I am a freshman in the core pursuing political science and criminal justice.
Thank you for joining us at Norwich's 5th Annual Peace and War Summit. This year, we're focusing on the human and political repercussions of the recent conflicts in Europe and the Middle East, and how nations can better deal with these traumatic events.
Today, Dr. Kyle Pavetti and Dr. David Ward have offered their expertise in how war and regional conflicts have impacted Europe and the future implications these have on political and current climates.
Kyle Pavetti is an associate professor of English at Norwich University. His research has examined memory and political identity in early modern England, especially in the works of Shakespeare. His first book, titled Of Memory and Literary Form, The Making of Nationhood in an Early Modern England, looked at ways literary devices craft collective memory. He is also a co-author with John Garrison of Shakespeare at Peace, a study of the pacifist thinking in Shakespeare's work. His writing on adaptation of memory and identity has been featured in journals Shakespeare Studies in Ethnicity and Nationalism, Modern Philology, and Explorations in Renaissance Culture. His talk today on emotional memory is inspired by the continued embarrassment he feels for mistakes made 25 years ago.
Dr. David Ward is professor of German in Norwich's Department of Global Humanities. He holds a Bachelor of Arts degree from Duke University, and his PhD in German Literature and Language is also from the University of Texas at Austin, with studies in Munich as well, and a year as a Fulbright Fellow in Frankfurt am Main. His primary areas of scholarly activity are post-World War II German literature and literary translation. His published translations include novels, plays, essays, and nonfiction, most recently the memoir by Reinhard Glickner that he will be discussing today.
We will have 15 minutes for each speaker and 10 minutes at the end of the session for questions, where you can just come up to the mic and ask your questions. If you find something interesting and would like to address it with Dr. Pavetti or Dr. Ward, please prepare to be asked at the end.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you for being here, and thanks to Gretchen and Anna for introducing us and moderating the sessions. I also want to thank Professor Koo, wherever he went, for organizing things, and especially Megan Liptak, who I think is parked out front working on the next event she's got tomorrow. She runs all things Peace and War Center, many of the centers here. We couldn't do it without her. So I approached today's topic, memory and reconciliation, as an English professor, and that means I'm interested in literary representations of the past, and in particular today I'm going to be thinking about how drama depicts the past and how drama helps us remember things. And in particular, I'm looking at early modern England and this genre of play that becomes really popular, that is the history play, and especially in Shakespeare, he keeps depicting the history of England, and I want to know what memorial work is happening there. And I will be approaching this through the notion of memory, but also you can see here in the title this idea of emotional memory. So I'll be talking a little bit about what's called affect theory, very popular in literary studies these days, and really it's talking about how emotions are constructed, how emotions are communicated, and how emotions are shared among groups. So I want to see what the history play is doing with kind of a collective emotion and a collective memory at the same time. And I think it's complicated. You can see this is a scene from Shakespeare's Richard III, his famous play about the evil king. And here you've got he's responsible for the murder of these two princes, and he's haunted by the ghosts that come to him. And I want to think about that moment and kind of the collective memory at work as Shakespeare is restaging pasts that are often painful, uncomfortable, and that often English killing other English. I want to start off with another moment from more recently, and that is of March 2023, and that was an anniversary in the United States, although 20-year anniversary, not much commented on. It was the anniversary of the invasion of Iraq. Not one marked by many parades or memorials, but was struck by a column from Lorraine Alley. She wrote this in the LA Times. She's an Iraqi American, and she was thinking about what it means to be looking at the invasion of Iraq 20 years on. And she says that the anniversary of the war crept on us like an unwanted memory tucked behind bank failures and miraculous weight loss drugs. What's interesting here is she's kind of using the language of trauma, right? That this past exists out there. It is kind of overwhelmed by the daily activities of our lives, the bank failures, miraculous weight loss drugs, but then the intrusive memory appears. And I like that verb she uses, it creeps up on us. And she wants to know, why isn't this being discussed more? Obviously, the legacy lives on. It is not resolved yet. What will that reconciliation look like? And she offers one potential answer about what might be getting in the way, and it's the emotion that I wanted to look at today, that is shame. And she has this to say. So it's understandable why folks might prefer to overlook what has become to be seen as a shameful chapter in American history. So notice she's positing the emotion of shame against the memory of the war, that it's because of shame that we don't want to look at that memory that keeps creeping up. And what I want to do is think about this in terms of the early modern England, the 1590s, what Shakespeare's doing with English pasts, and really to consider shame not as opposite memory, but actually as part of memory. And that I'll be arguing that this feeling of shame is in fact memorial work happening and is important for not just reconciliation, but really thinking through national identity. So there's a lot to chew on here. I'll do my best to explain these terms. Let's start with this idea of emotional memory. So I have here a line from Lawrence Hedges. He's a psychologist, so we're borrowing from a lot of psychological language. Says that the best maxim for the 21st century is there is no memory save emotional memory. So important here, the theory of memory that he's working on is that it's easy to think of memory as this library that you've got in your head. This is the kind of cognitive model. And when you want to recall facts, you can just kind of reach back there and pull some information out. And what Lawrence Hedges wants to say, as following many psychologists, is that memory is actually more complicated than that. It's not nearly as stable as that model, things where you've just got your books kind of sitting in your head waiting for you. And he wants to say there's actually this notion of emotional memory. Here's a line from him with some fancy science terms. So he says, our entire bodies are implicated in various ways in complex interactive systems of effective charged neuronal processing that influence all aspects of our being, especially memory. So to break this down, to think about memory is not just happening in your head, it is happening throughout your body. It is kind of imbued in the way your breath moves, your heartbeat, your sweaty palms, all that is part of memory, attends to memory. So when you remember things, you're also feeling things. I think if you're like me, you wake up in the night, having anxiety flashbacks to, 10 years ago, right? You recognize, yeah, of course memory is emotional. It prompts emotions in us. It also, these thinkers talk about it going the other way too, that your emotions you feel is also a mnemonic process, that you have learned certain patterns in your body. certain breath controls, pulses, feelings, the way your blood vessels work, that those communicate feelings to you, and you're recalling those feelings for social purposes, individual purposes at any particular time. So when you feel things, you are remembering things. Just as much as when you remember things, you also feel them. These two processes are combined, and it's emotional memory. So what does this do for memory theory? Well, we've seen today that a lot of this kind of idea, very common in the field of memory studies, that the past is reconstructed rather than simply represented. You can build your memorials that communicate different things. We can talk through the past in different ways. It depends on what version of the past is being reconstructed at any moment. There's a line I like from a classic kind of memory studies theorist, Bartlett, who says, memory does not need to be true. Memory needs to be useful. That goes for your individual memory too. When you're remembering things, you're not always pulling on what's true, you're pulling on what's useful for you at the moment. So this idea of memory, the past is reconstructed rather than simply represented. I've got one last line here from two memory theorists who talk about this affect, the idea of emotions being shared, saying that the turn to affect can also be seen as a turn to memory, as long as such memory is understood as embodied and non-representational. So when we talk about collective feelings, what emotions are shared, we're also talking about what is being remembered at any particular time. So that's this idea of emotional memory, not nearly as stable as you hope, and involves a lot more feeling than you might want to admit when you're trying to, recall information on a test, whatever. So what does that have to do with Shakespeare? Well, as I mentioned, Shakespeare wrote a lot of these history plays. This is Sir Tom Hiddleston. He's not a knight yet, someday. King of Mischief, playing Henry V, that is Shakespeare's most famous king. In the Henry V play, that's the Band of Brothers play. It's probably the most famous one of his. Shakespeare's representing the past all the time, and doing all these history plays are very common in the period. And I want to think about the emotional memory work happening in these plays. And it's occurring, this genre is becoming very popular with two kind of historical circumstances. One, you've got an emergent nation state. It's really where we're beginning to see nationhood in our modern sense of a government that's centralized and controlling kind of policies. We've got the emergence of the modern nation alongside this stuff being built at the time, that is the public playhouses. So they're becoming also popular in England at the period. The playhouses, of course, had been traveling shows, but these are permanent structures built in London that people could go to. And I pulled a line here from scholar Stephen Mullaney, who says that they're accessible to literate and non-literate alike, so mass groups of people can come see a play. The drama that developed in the amphitheater playhouses was one of the more complex, effective technologies of this or any other period. If you've been to a play, you probably know that, drama plays are about emotions, right? That's why we go, to feel things, to cry if you're sensitive, but laughter, more of you are comfortable with laughter, I certainly am. And what he's saying is the play is really this technology that causes emotions to be shared. It's a bold claim, a technology of this or any other period, like right up there with social media, public playhouses, early modern London. Okay, so what emotions was it causing at the period? Here's Henry Cross. He is a writer, a writer thinking through what drama does in the period. He has in mind here kind of an ancient theory of comedy. He says this: when you see comedies, the spots and errors of our life are acted out to our own shame. It's impossible that we should be content to be such and not loathe our own evil. In other words, if you go to see a play and you're feeling embarrassed by it, or especially a comedy, think this is when you're watching cringe comedy. It can be deeply embarrassing, even as you're watching it. You watch The Office and feel like you want to hide. Cross is saying that's part of the point of going to the theater. You go to comedy to feel shame. That is important because it teaches you virtuous action, what not to do. Right? So playhouses are an effective technology deeply involved in shaming. He also makes the move to implying something about public persecution. So think about public shamings. This is the kind of stocks, public executions. He gives you this image. Thinks about a man who has his ears cut off his head. He hath small cause to glory or boast, but rather blush, be ashamed, and exile himself from common society, and strive with humility to reform those rebellious passions. So that is somebody who is punished publicly is shamed, and that is an important social cohesive move. It teaches you humility, it teaches you how to control your passions. What I'm getting at here is there is a culture of shame happening at the period. At the same time, you've got these playhouses. In fact, the Shakespearean Ewan Fernie says that Shakespeare is living in an atmosphere of raging shame. You've got these playhouses that have effective technologies. We are willing to feel things as a group in ways never possible before. And what we're seeing is interest in the emotion of shame. What is shame and how does it work? And that is implicitly here a theatrical experience. And I want to go to a line from the scholar of affect theory, Eve Sedgwick. And she thinks a lot about how emotions are shared. She's got a very long history of this. And she begins her work with the affect of shame. And importantly, when she's talking about shame, she wants to say that it is an exchange, that shame is always participatory, even if you feel like shame is a deeply individual feeling. As Sedgwick wants to say, no, it's always an exchange between people. So think about, like, bear with me. If I'm up here with my zipper down, and you're all watching going, oh my gosh, oh, it's so embarrassing, right? You are identifying with me. At the same time, you're pushing me away as different, right? So Sedgwick wants to say shame is this constant exchange between people, right? She gives this line, which is great for a Shakespearean. So shame, it might be finely said, transformational shame is performance, and I mean theatrical performance. So what I'm getting at here is Shakespeare's history plays are very much invested in the affect of shame, and it wants you to remember the feeling of shame, that is a collective experience. So if I go back to my Richard III image, Richard is haunted by the ghosts of his victims who come to him in the night and, of course, chant shame on him. We can look at Richard as the villain here, but also we are participating with him in that feeling of shame and remembering this legacy of English shame. I'm going to go to a line from Henry VI, Part 1. This is one of Shakespeare's first history plays. And in this play, he kind of shows this war between the French and the English. And you can see here the death of Talbot. Talbot is this great English hero in this Henry VI play. He's kind of this marker of medieval chivalry. And he dies in this play. It's a very sad kind of ending to this kind of medieval period of kind of heroism. It's the beginning of the War of Roses, which happened in the 1400s, a long-standing English civil war. Talbot's death is this moment where, oh my gosh, our last great English hero has died. You can see these are two English lords saying, well, his fame lives in the world, we will remember Talbot, but his shame lives in you. That is the death of Talbot. And Talbot dies at this play because the English are so busy fighting with one another about who's going to take the throne that they don't send Talbot reinforcements. His death in France is on the English hands. This is the legacy of that play, that our great hero has died, and whose fault is it? Well, it's kind of the English's own fault. His shame will live in those lords. So if I go to this kind of great play of Henry V, which is so triumphant often, I have this line from Isabel Kerman, who says, nostalgic spectacle is what induces a passion for the past in the audience, if it is indeed a device for producing emotions that unite a group of spectators, then the theater surely is a privileged site of nation building through nostalgia. That's a very kind of glowing. We go to see English plays because, like, yes, England, we can see them. Thanks. Okay. We can build that pride. What I'm suggesting is, it's not that I disagree that there is this emotional exchange happening in the restaging of English history and the memory work happening there. It's that I think the emotions are largely about regret and humiliation. Shakespeare's history plays aren't mostly about English triumphs. They're mostly about civil war, about English defeating themselves and doing damage to themselves. I think that's the memory that's being restaged. I think that's the collective experience happening in these plays. If I go back to Talbot, when Talbot's dying, he has the chance to save his son. Tells his son, you've got to get away from this battle, save yourself. And his son won't leave, says, no, I'm going to die with you here. So this exchange Part of thy father may be saved in thee, Talbot says. Get away, save yourself. And young Talbot says, if I leave, no part of me will be saved, but is shameful. I left, and I left you here to die. This is a moment, I think, happens often in Shakespeare's history plays, where characters are always commenting on, like, wow, what are people going to say about this in 100 years, in 200 years? It's always an ironic moment, right? Because an audience is watching this history unfold, and the characters are thinking, how will we be remembered? I don't know. What do you think? Here, those that survive are going to feel the shame of Talbot's death. Right? That's the memory we're going to feel into the future. And in fact, the English lords responsible for the tragedy of Talbot's death, they get mad at each other, and they specifically make this about memory. They say, I'll note you in my book of memory, to scourge you for this apprehension, meaning I'm going to write down, I'm going to remember in my book of memory what you did, and it's about scourging, that is the public whipping. Right, so this is a shameful experience. We are going to remember this and replay this and feel that shame again and again and again. That's the emotional memory at work in this play. And it serves a political purpose. That is, it is the binding force that's pulling the experience of these plays together, and I think is having political effects much inclined with national identity. Let me end with a line from Sarah Ahmed. She's a theorist who wrote The Cultural Politics of Emotion. What do politics have to do with emotion? And she says this line. So it's shame that allows us to assert our identity as a nation. So what I'm getting at here is the reconciliation of those English civil wars is very much about replaying that shame again and again and again to feel that regret. And that's not opposite to national identity. That is causing national identity. So to think about reconciliation, or what are we going to do with the legacy of the Iraq invasion? It is a shameful chapter. What I'm suggesting is that shame that we feel, that Lorraine Ali is pointing at, is part of the reconciliation. It is part of that memory work. That shame is an emotional memory that leads to national identity. Thanks, everyone.
Hello, everyone. I'm used to talking in 50-minute chunks, so I've been given exactly 15 to speak today. So I don't trust myself to read without a text in front of me, so I'll be reading this rather than presenting in lecture form the way my colleagues have managed to do. My title is Recovering from 40 Years of State Socialism, the Case of Greifswald. As the Cold War wound down across the globe in the late 1980s, the German Democratic Republic, East Germany, had two examples it could follow in response to the increasingly urgent internal calls for change. Since becoming leader of the Soviet Union in 1985, Mikhail Gorbachev had called for perestroika, restructuring, and glasnost, openness, in an effort to adapt to changing circumstances. In June 1989, the People's Republic of China took a different approach, responding to growing internal unrest and demands for change with a brutal and bloody crackdown on protesters in Beijing's Tiananmen Square. The government of the German Democratic Republic showed signs of following the Chinese example. October 7th, 1989, during official celebrations of the GDR's 40th anniversary, riot police in East Berlin broke up a substantial counter-demonstration only a few blocks away, beating some of the protesters, arresting many others. Why then is that not the path that the GDR ultimately took? And how did the peaceful transition that ultimately was accomplished look from the point of view of the East Germans? I'd like to look at 5 key factors in Die Wende, in this turnabout. And the end of which sich wenden, by the way, means just to turn around, to change directions. As Germans refer to this year-and-a-half process from the middle of 1989 through the end of 1990. When the Cold War came to an end, East Germany collapsed, and the two Germanys were reunited. The outline of the story is familiar. However, for reasons that will become clear in the course of this talk, the answer to our question, how was that experienced by East Germans, will vary greatly from city to city. I'll use the memoir of Dr. Reinhard Glöckner of the East German city of Greifswald, his memoir, my translation of the memoir, to look at these developments from a local perspective. So, we have, of course, the flag of Germany, and in the upper right-hand corner, you see a little symbol right on the coast. That is the city of Greifswald. 65,000 residents of that medium-sized city, similar to Burlington in size, and also like Burlington, home of a regional university. So the first of these 5 factors I'd like to look at are the churches. Although Marxist-Leninist ideology allows no space for religion, the East German Constitution was amended in 1968 to include explicit acknowledgement of a legitimate role for the church as an independent organization with important social relevance in East Germany. Under the heading Church in Socialism, faculties of theology were allowed to operate at 6 East German universities. The room to operate that evolved within each community was negotiated among the clergy, the parishioners, and local authorities in each case. In Erfurt, for example, in southern Germany, a southern part of East Germany, the cities we talked about by way of contrast with Greifswald would be Erfurt, Leipzig, and Dresden, all in the far south of East Germany, and their geographical proximity is consistent also with networks of friendships, of cooperation, of understanding and communication that characterized this region and was partly responsible for a variety at the pace at which change happened and the ways in which it happened within East Germany in these last crucial months. In Erfurt, this led to the churches becoming open spaces for dialogue and affirmation, including inner-city outreach and more. And this entailed a frequent, though sometimes tense, dialogue with state authorities. Thus, when the events of 1989 brought political discussion out into the streets, church leaders knew people in the government they could talk with, and the danger of police intervention, as it broke out in Berlin on October 7th, could be avoided. Leipzig, too, began in September with weekly peace services and public marches that grew to include tens of thousands of participants. The first secretary of the East German Party, Erich Honecker, had already given the order for security forces to use live ammunition on marchers in Leipzig, but his deputy refused to carry out that order. As a result, on October 18th, Honecker resigned from his post. Later that month, when thousands of protesters were surrounded by riot police in Dresden, they elected, while their leaders negotiated with local authorities and held off kind of a ceasefire, kind of a standoff, beginning to defuse it, this group together elected from their midst 20 representatives, a group of 20 that would go and speak with and dialogue with the local authorities, and that offer was accepted, and that group was part of then an ongoing structure that was maintained for months and beyond that, and had a tremendous impact on how the events of this transition played out in the city of Dresden. It is against this backdrop of growing tension and differing local circumstances that we begin our closer look at Greifswald. So I wanted to, you see the map there and where those cities are located. Let me share with you, you can refer to the timeline here for some of the different events that I'll be mentioning as this year and a half progresses. So Die Wende begins in Greifswald with a discussion that happens in the home of Pastor Glöckner in 1981. At that time, a discussion circle of the Marienkirche of the city of Greifswald was meeting in the home of the Glöckner family. The topic came up of Dresden and the annual prayer service for peace held in that city's churches, commemorating the firebombing of the city in 1944. Why them? Why just them? We could do something like that here. With grudging support from the bishop and his staff, annual peace services began in the Marienkirche that year. Looking back, Dr. Glöckner recalls Die Wende for his congregation began with that conversation and that decision to act. By September of 1989, churches in several cities in the southern part of East Germany had begun hosting weekly public forums, followed by lengthy marches. Dr. Glöckner's congregation joined them on October 18th, the day that Honecker resigned. So the other parts of the country had a head start, but at this point, this was their process of catching up and stepping into and contributing to what was becoming a wave, a widespread popular movement for change. The first evening, marchers passed by police headquarters on their way to City Hall. They found the police force assembled, but after a tense moment, they were allowed to pass. When the marchers reached City Hall, several members of the City Council came out to meet them, and some discussion was held. The mayor offered the university dining hall as a site for future discussions. And so it became a weekly event. Prayer service, candlelight march, public forum in the university dining halls. Second factor I'd like to talk about of the five I mentioned, the State Security Agency, Stasi for short, the dreaded internal police agency. On November 16th, a week after the Berlin Wall was opened, the topic of the week in the Greifswald University Dining Hall was the State Security Agency, the dreaded Stasi. With the departure of Erich Honecker a few weeks earlier, the agency had been renamed, but there was no change in its behavior. Dr. Glöckner served as moderator for this discussion, and representatives from the Stasi were in a panel at the head of the table. It became heated quickly. Someone called for all police authority to be taken away from that agency. Dr. Glöckner called for a vote. A show of hands made clear that all but a handful of the thousands in attendance supported that move. The mood shift in the room was immediate. Later that evening, a group entered the Stasi headquarters and began inspecting the files the agency had been keeping on its citizens. From then on, teams monitored those offices day and night to read the contents of those files and to prevent their destruction. In all of East Germany, Greifswald is the only city where whose inhabitants read the Stasi files of their own co-inhabitants. There were files on 22,000 of the city's 65,000 inhabitants. Do the math, that includes children too. More than half of the adult population had some kind of been spied on in some way, and records were kept there. The Stasi file cabinets were sealed on December 4th with the consent of the city's mayor. By the end of December, all 52 regular employees of the Stasi in Greifswald had been fired. The building had been reassigned to the university's music department. Those efforts led to a further important step in destroying any remaining claim of legitimacy by the East German state. The Stasi had marked the files of 1,109 Greifswald citizens who had not participated in the elections the previous May. The published results of those elections stated that only 426 had not voted in Greifswald. The city official responsible for the election was confronted and confessed that he had received a note before the election with the results that he was to report. He was found guilty of election fraud and fined. Greifswald and Erfurt are the two East German cities where the pervasive election fraud of the East German state was documented and those documents made public. You'll notice there's been little talk in the last couple minutes of the role of the churches. That role had been threefold. First, to open a safe space for dialogue and Second, to constantly and without exception commit all participants to non-violence. And third, to use pre-existing channels of communication to engage the authorities and to head off confrontation. By December of 1989, that work was complete, and the churches were no longer directly involved and no longer needed for things to move forward. Third of the 5 areas to cover, the round table, der runde Tisch. From those discussions, new movements sprang up. Neues Forum was one, Demokratischer Aufbruch, the one that Angela Merkel belonged to as an East German citizen. In Greifswald and in many other cities as well, their members were invited to join with local civic leaders and local government officials in an unofficial council. They called it der runde Tisch. This is something like what in Dresden the Group of 20 established, that met regularly to maintain the operations of the city of Greifswald. In Greifswald, the city and the mayor the mayor and the city council pledged that they would consider the decisions of the round table binding upon their actions. This ushered in an era of inclusion and collaboration that would continue until the GDR's first round of truly democratic local elections, which were held on May 6th, 1990. Fourth factor to consider. The marchers in September and October of 1989 took to the streets with the chant, "We are the people, wir sind das Volk." You, the government, do not speak for the people, we are the people, and this is what we say, we disagree. After the opening of the wall, within a very few weeks, the chant changed significantly from "we are the people," wir sind das Volk, to "wir sind ein Volk," we are one people. So the "wir sind das Volk" had been the central message of the courageous reformers who opened the churches, spoke, and marched through the fall of 1989. Soon after the opening of the Berlin Wall, though, this group that had comprised the vanguard had been left behind, as much larger crowds amended the chant to "Wir sind ein Volk." People had moved from wanting to reform socialism to wanting to live in an entirely different system. We done? It's about a minute, maybe two at the most. The West German center-right party of Chancellor Kohl easily won the national elections that were held on March 18th, as well as the elections for local and regional offices May 6th. In Greifswald, Neues Forum received only 6% of the vote, and Demokratischer Aufbruch, one of whose spokespersons had been unmasked as a Stasi collaborator, got less than 1%. So as Dr. Gluckner puts it in his book, people voted for a united Germany, for the Deutschmark, the hard currency of the West, and for the banana, which the banana, the Eastern Europe, the Soviet Union, had no access to hard currency, therefore they couldn't import things like tropical fruits that were easily obtainable in the West and not at all in the East. A final note, sister cities. During the final years of the GDR, cities were allowed to form partnerships with cities in the West, including West Germany. Starting in 1988, Greifswald partnered with Osnabrück, also a medium-sized North German town with a regional university. At first, visits by delegations from one city to the other were closely watched and pretty dry affairs. But with the elections of May 1990 and Dr. Gluckner's inauguration as mayor, this partnership became a lifeline. Since the course had now been set for East Germany to be incorporated into the existing economic and political and legal and educational systems of West Germany, Greifswald city government desperately needed people familiar with those systems. Osnabrück sent heads of their respective departments in their city government for lengthy work visits, weeks, sometimes months. In fact, one moved to Greifswald permanently, while continuing to pay their salaries in Deutschmark. As Greifswald's public transportation system had virtually collapsed as well, Osnabrück delivered 9 buses to get them started again. These acts of solidarity made it possible for Greifswald's city government to navigate the move. on July 1st, 1990, to the Deutschmark as the only valid currency. The closing of East Germany's national agencies in July, the ceasing of operations of the district, that is, like our states, governments by the end of August, and the long weeks of political vacuum between the constitution of the newly drawn Bundesländer in the East in September and the first meeting of the Bundesland legislature following elections in October. Was this the culmination? Yeah. Yes, the culmination of this year of elections was the all-German elections held in December. The former German Democratic Republic was incorporated into the existing Federal Republic of Germany, comprising 5 of the now 16 Bundesländer. And for the first time since 1933, Germany had a government freely elected by the whole nation. Was this the end of the recovery process? Of course not. Large issues remained and were dealt with are still being dealt with today. Did the issues remain unresolved or even unaddressed? Some, yes. But with the early efforts of the churches, the brave participation of those marchers and discussants, especially early on, the pragmatic collaboration of all sides at the round tables, and some generous and timely help from a sister city, Greifswald and the other cities of the former East Germany were ready to face the challenges the post-Cold War era would bring. Thank you.
Thank you to Professor Pavetti and Dr. Ward. We will now be having questions. We have about 10 minutes to do so. Anyone who has questions may at this point make their way to the mics on either side of the aisles. Thank you.
Hi, my question is, you talked about shame as creating identity. What happens if most people do not feel shame for an event like the Iraq War?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And I think that's what's the struggle is happening in that article. And there are a few of those where people are wrestling with, it's 20 years on, what are we doing with this? And I think part of it is, what would it take to create a kind of affect of shame that is collective and is shared? And I imagine that we'll start to see that in some film and representations in art about the Iraq War and invasion of Afghanistan. I think a similar moment, I think about Vietnam films, for instance, that often have these kinds of scenes where we're dealing with regret and shame, and that those films are wrestling with what that legacy is like. And I think that will start to happen, although I don't know for sure. But I think that's that idea of that shaping what that memory will be will involve feeling what shame is and feeling what that collective feeling of shame might be. And if you could see if it's in one place, might it then be shared amongst many?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, thank you for those great papers. Professor Pavetti, absolutely fascinating discussion of emotional memory and shame and the way that those come together. Really appreciated that. What I would love to do is actually have Professor Ward respond a bit to some of these questions that Professor Pavetti brought up, because the end of the Cold War in the East was a complicated experience. And I wonder if you could talk just a little bit about what the emotional memory of that period of reconciliation is like. Was there a sense of shame in the immediate aftermath in East Germany, or is that not quite the right word to use to describe what was happening in the immediate aftermath? How do we make sense of the largest emotion now, which seems to be kind of nostalgia? How does that fit in with emotional memory? So I just would love to hear you talk just a bit about bringing these two together by seeing what kind of emotions were brought up by the end of the Cold War in the East.
I'm reminded of a passage in Dr. Gluckner's book where he talks about the citizens of the town going through the Stasi files and reading what had been reported about their family members, about their friends, about their neighbors, and secretly kept and reported to the authorities and maintained as a file to be used against them. The processing of that, the fact that these cities populations began to see these files, that the Stasi files now are a matter of public record. You can go, anyone can go and ask to see their files, everything that the Stasi has had about them. And they're able to review those and see them. You can't see anybody else's, but you can see your own. And that's as a way of respecting people's privacy, but on the other hand, making sure that they're aware of what was done. I think, if anything, the fact that the East Germans spoke up, that they protested, that they demonstrated, that there were people that were willing to be, yes, they expected to be beaten and driven out back on the anniversary of the 40th anniversary of the East Germany. The fact that they were able to, they did step up and speak out in large numbers will help a bit in these former citizens of East Germany looking back without just a sense of shame at what has been done and what they lived through. So that might be alleviating that and processing it a bit. The other thought that comes to mind is that it took about 10 years for the films, Das Leben der Anderen, Goodbye Lenin, that have become famous films for looking back and examining this time, to come out and be produced. And so maybe 10 years from now, or maybe 8 years from now, we'll see something about the Iraq War and its beginning and end.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could, there are some places you could see it now. I think it creeps up. I think Zero Dark 30 is a complicated movie about the legacies of the invasion of Afghanistan. I don't think it's simple. It's led to a lot of debate and consternation about what is it telling us, what's its message, and it's hard because you're dealing in memory and it's being reconstructed at all times and it's always under contention. So yeah, I think we will see more.
So you talked about how going to the theater makes us feel shame, and people in general now, I don't think they go to the theater as much. It's because many years ago I think people would go every other week or something. It's just what they do. But do you think because people don't go to the theater as much in person, because we watch movies, right? We do that by ourselves at home, but we don't go to the theater, we don't experience that kind of thing as much. Do you think that that could that ties in kind of into how maybe you said how Iraq we don't feel shame as much or something, or does that connect somehow? Do you feel with the shame, feeling shame more often?
Yeah, I think that's really interesting, especially if you're thinking about in Shakespeare's day. That's we're 1590s, and that theater is this kind of communal activity in that way. And so, yeah, there's that collective action happening. Movie theaters would be an interesting place to do that. Attendance is dropping, so I think that's maybe is part of the worry, is that we're losing a collective experience of emotion. I don't know about shame in modern theater. Certainly in the 1590s, it was an idea that was coursing through the public consciousness. It has a lot to do with religion and that religious history about the importance of kind of shame rituals and what it does to correct your virtues. I think there's an interesting point about our kind of the fear of retreat into personal devices and retreat into worlds that we're losing out on a collective experience. That might be driving some of that anxiety, although, I'm not sure. I don't know about tying it to the shame for the Iraq War and a kind of increasingly isolated viewpoint. I don't know if I'd go that far. But I do think there are worries about what happens when we're all in our individual worlds and not sharing things collectively. I think there's something interesting there about what is lost, although, on the other hand, people do say the social media is causing all these outbursts of emotions. They're just being seen and transmitted in different ways. I will say that, certainly the online world does not seem to be interested in shame, particularly the opposite, right? It's increased anger and defensiveness, not regret. So I don't know. I'd have to take more thought about kind of new technologies happening today. I think it's a tough question. Thanks.
Thank you.
I have a question for Professor Ward. So in your presentation, you went a lot on the role of the church in Die Wende. And so I want to pose the question that without the role of the church in East Germany and the ability for these forums and meetings to occur, do you think that the reunification of Germany would have fundamentally been different? And if so, how?
The shortest answer I can give, and the most, I think, to the point, is because they focused so consistently on nonviolence, and because they had these channels of communication with local and regional authorities that they were constantly monitoring and using, I think the chance that East Germany would have gone the other way and followed the Stalinist or Chinese examples and suppressed protest with violent means would have changed the memory we have of it, what it would be like for the former East Germans living today, but I do not think it would have changed the ultimate end of the Soviet Union, end of the Cold War, end of the East Germany's separate existence, and the incorporation of East Germany into the West.
Thank you, Professor.
Can I ask one quick question? Hey, Kyle.
Yes.
What about stand-up comedy? Isn't that our shared, almost what Shakespeare's plays were doing for his community then? Isn't that kind of what we have now? Yeah. I cringe at I'll let you talk.
It could be. I don't know if we're cringing. I guess it depends on the comedian about where that feels and can be a social corrective. And I was thinking, too, that, yeah, that might occur. And there is a line of thought that actually we do have kind of the cancel culture fears. That's often coded in the language of shame, too, that I think about it. This kind of fear that the social corrective is happening too much. I don't know if that's, well, maybe that is leading to this kind of a new kind of figure out what the political identity is, and what that really is about is wrestling with the past, which I think is definitely true about what monuments mean. For example, Civil War monuments would be a great spot to do analysis of what shame means in that context. Do we want them or not? And if we get rid of them, what is that suggesting? If it's suggesting shame, I think, yeah, that's always part of memory. I don't know, stand-up comedy, yes, it can do that among many other things, I think. Yeah.
This concludes our questions. Thank you, Professor Pavetti and Dr. Ward, for your insights on the traumas and shame retained by Europe, and thank you to everyone who came today to join us for this session. You are welcome to stay for the next session or continue on with your day.
Panelists. You fled. No, there he is. I guess we got a hot mic.
Slide work.
Okay.
Right. Good afternoon. My name is Pelumi Adifarakon, and this is my co-moderator, Yasmin Saki. Today, we would like to welcome you to the fourth panel session for the summit today, and it's our distinct honor to introduce our esteemed presenters, Dr. Lyle Goldstein and Professor Yang-Mo Koo.
Our first presenter, Dr. Lyle Goldstein, is a leading expert on maritime and nuclear security issues in Asia. He has over 20 years of experience as a research professor at the U.S. Naval War College, where he also founded and led the China Maritime Studies Institute. And with all this, he brings unparalleled expertise. He has authored 7 books on Chinese strategy, including the acclaimed Meeting China Halfway, and is currently working on a book exploring China-Russia relations. With proficiency in Chinese and Russian, a PhD from Princeton, and degrees from Johns Hopkins, SAIS, and Harvard, Goldstein's insights will surely enrich our discussion on the critical challenges and opportunities in the region. Over the next 15 minutes, Dr. Goldstein will present his paper on the politics of memory and reconciliation between China and Japan. A round of applause as he makes his way to the podium, please.
Okay. Good afternoon. Honored to be here back at Norwich. It's a place very close to my heart, and I'm learning so much here, as I always do. Particularly appreciate the interdisciplinary aspect here that it seems to me is very important as we talk about reconciliation. Unfortunately, I'll be talking probably less about art and architecture and such things, and more about some of these dark deeds, which, I hope that I won't upset and offend too many people. When you're talking about atrocities is very difficult, I think, for everyone, including me. Well, how did I arrive at this issue? Well, it's something I've thought about a lot, although I haven't written terribly much on the subject. But part of it was I was inspired very much by Ezra Vogel, who's a scholar at Harvard, who he passed away, unfortunately, very recently. But his last incredible work focused sort of this tome on China-Japan relations that came out just a couple of years ago. And as I read through that, I became aware of so many things I didn't know about the relationship, including, by the way, that China and Japan, have a relationship that goes back thousands of years. And, this is a case where you cannot say something like, well, they've been fighting for thousands of years. That's just not the case. China and Japan have gotten along very well and had, let's say, very strong relationship over time. One of very deeply shared cultural ties and so forth. So really, I think this book brings out that awful period in World War II and just before that was really an anomaly. But I would also just share some experience that I had in Germany here. I had studied a little German before I got interested in Asia and lived in this city Essen a bit, and there's this striking photograph I came upon while visiting the synagogue in Essen. There's a photograph of the city of Essen, completely destroyed, 99% destroyed, but what's left standing is this synagogue somehow. It's, of course, extremely ironic that the synagogue would be the only building really left. But here you see it fully restored in in the photograph below. And having gone through this, the restored synagogue, I think it's very touching as a Jewish person to see just how Germany has fully reckoned with its dark history, and this is extremely important, and it's just something that Japan, to my understanding, has really not endeavored to do, and this is sad and shameful. That's a word used on the last panel a lot. I think it's definitely the case here. Now, I just thought I'd show you quickly this pie chart of World War II casualties, which obviously show the Soviet Union vastly suffered the most in World War II, but China not too far behind. You can see Germany and Japan are there too. Where's the United States? Well, hardly there even. It's we're in one of those small slivers. And I think looking at this chart, and thinking hard about the modern world, I do think this tells us something. I mean, it's in a way tells us something about these two powers, that is Russia and China, which have quite a different view of history, and one that we are not really comfortable grappling with. But this shadow of World War II and its awful devastation sort of hangs over, I would say, both our relationship with Russia, but also our relationship with China too. And in the China case, it's not often talked about. Now, Japan's predations predate World War II, of course. Here's a couple insights from my Twitter feed where I'm often reporting about Chinese news, so please have a look at that feed and you'll see some things. But I've actually visited these sites in Northeast China, and undoubtedly, even these earlier episodes help build a kind of narrative which is quite sad and awful in China, that they build their nationalism against Japan. And of course, it's maybe useful for Chinese leaders. I think we'll get into that, but it's also a sad reflection of where China-Japan relations are, which is in a very bad place today, I estimate. This is, I think, from 2022 or 2021 even, talking about the chance of war between China and Japan over Taiwan. And this is really becoming, I think, acute, and it's the kind of thing that keeps me up at night. But people don't realize how closely this is tied to the history of both Japan's occupation of Taiwan, but also these visits to the shrine and so forth. Something deeply offensive to Chinese. And if you watch Chinese military news, as I do almost every day, you'll see warnings aimed at Japan, also the United States, but at Japan in particular, are almost a daily occurrence, I would say. Most people are just not aware of this, which is rather disturbing. And China really monitoring how Japan is developing its military further. And here you can see this statement. I think this is from PLA Daily, Jefan Junbao, where they connect some of these recent developments and say, well, this is clearly not in line with the pacifist constitution, right? Hypersonic weapons. So they continue to bring that up, and as they look at how Japan is going forward with basically preparing for a Taiwan scenario, they are monitoring this on a daily basis. And to me, as somebody who has watched this over a period of decades unfold, I don't think I could exaggerate how dangerous the current situation is here. And Japan's role, I think, is poorly understood. Speaking of Japan's role on Taiwan, from this book by Vogel, I had not been aware, as a China specialist, about some of the atrocities that Japan carried out in Taiwan itself when it was governing Taiwan. But you can read for yourself here, ordering every person within 5 miles of the site of a incident. You can imagine that's a pretty bloody deed. And then, I don't like to show you this picture below, but these are heads collected after another such outbreak of violence. This one undertaken really concerning a minority group that had risen up against the Japanese occupation. And basically they beheaded all males over the age of 15 in that area of Taiwan. So a lot of this is sort of conveniently forgotten, and including by the Taiwanese themselves, because it's not convenient, it's not in a good fit with modern thinking. So we can talk about Japan's legacy more. But even, most people are familiar with the Nanjing massacre, but even as you look at the details here, we see Nanjing as sort of the tip of an iceberg or part of a larger pattern that is largely not understood and neglected, underestimated, and horribly sad. Here's a comparison. We've talked a lot about art here. This is comparing the events at Guernica. This is straight from the Vogel book, but saying, well, actually that was a fairly small incident compared to what happened was several times worse, and yet nobody, I would challenge anybody in this room, certainly not me, knew about this severe bombing of Shanghai as early as 1932. It's very disturbing, and these, one can pile up these data points. I haven't made a career off that, but one could. It's that bad. Of course, I couldn't give this discussion without broaching Nanjing. A horrible atrocity. Amounting probably to 300,000 deaths, rapes. This is the account of an American doctor who witnessed the events. And I've been to Nanjing to see the memorial there. There's a couple of good movies about this, actually, that help to tell the story. One is about a Nazi who happened to be there and happened to save thousands of Chinese lives, which is an incredible story. It's sort of like Schindler's List. Anyway, most of the story, of course, is a one of a horrible atrocity. But the point is, this was not an exception, but rather the rule of what Japan did in China. And here's, just again, another glimpse of it. You may be familiar with the Doolittle raid that took place in the spring of 1942, where our pilots miraculously were able to bomb Japan, but few have thought about what happened to the Chinese who helped to save the pilots. They were actually punished. Their villages were wiped out. To the Smithsonian here says perhaps as many as 250,000 Chinese were killed in the reprisals for that raid. 250,000. It's like, and this is in 1942, so this has nothing to do with Nanjing, but it's just part of this pattern that's largely not discussed and not documented in English very well. I'm sorry, it gets even worse. This is, in the 90s, we began to learn about this Unit 731, this biological warfare outfit, but they also did medical experimentation, including vivisection, which I guess is a dissection on a live human, which is about the most awful thing one can think of. So I don't like to show the slide like this, but these are the facts. And again, this also thought to approximate deaths just caused by this unit to be in the hundreds of thousands of Chinese killed. So, it's a long way of saying that horrible things were done. I don't think it's adequately understood, not even close. I've been looking for a long time to find sort of one repository for all of this information, and I can't find that. If you please enlighten me if you have that. Well, what has Japan done to apologize? In a word, not much. There have been some words like this from the Prime Minister. Serious damage was done. That to me is doesn't cut it, not even close. Most theorists would say that Japan gave over normalization. They were willing to normalize their ties with China. That was sort of their, kind of a tacit agreement that they would move on. So that's part of this. Here's the 50th anniversary of the war. You can see the statement by the Japanese Prime Minister doesn't even mention China, and it's regarded as a mistake. Sorry about that. It's, to me, this is just so far from what needs to be done that it's, I feel kind of silly being up here explaining this. because it's so obvious. But having spent some time in Japan myself and seeing the kind of things that are said in Japanese museums, I'm afraid that there is very little actual contrition. It's certainly not institutionalized in the way it needs to be. Although, I think Japanese people might grasp this. Anyway, some academic work has been done on this. Lynn's book, I'm continuing to look at it, but I feel like she has really focused on how states manipulate basically memories for political ends. And she basically, I think, concludes that it's not worthwhile, the effort, which I think it's a shame I mean, to me, I can't swallow that, let's put it that way. And there's this new book that looks at the judgment at Tokyo. I think this is quite important. But here again, the focus is not on the fact that justice was so incomplete, which is obvious, but rather that I think Bass focuses more on the importance of these kind of trials. But to me, the trial is so far short from what is necessary. Look, here's something that I find encouraging, and this is in political science, in my field of security studies, actually. This is the premier journal, International Security, so I was quite encouraged to see this. Kind of a suggestion, hey, a lack of contrition is part of the root cause of violence, and this unrecognized victimhood breeds further conflict. I mean, to me, it suggests a necessity to look at this again, and this author suggests a strategy of atonement. And she says, this is not just, we shouldn't just do this because it's the right thing, but we should also do it because it has major political benefits. And folks, I can't stress enough, as somebody who focuses on the security situation in the Asia Pacific, it is very dicey. China and Japan could go to war at any moment. And we need new strategies besides deterrence. I mean, deterrence is one strategy, and I favor it in many respects, but we need other strategies too to calm these tensions down. All right, that's the timer saying I should wind up. So, sure, there are some counter arguments. Maybe all the people are dead from these instances, so let's move on. Look, it would damage the U.S.-Japan alliance if we start being quite critical of Japan. So there are all kinds of arguments here. Sure, does China use this and manipulate these memories? Sure. So, happy to talk more about some of these counter arguments, but I don't think that they outweigh the obvious need to pursue this with more seriousness, and that means, in my view, kind of recentering the history in the relationship. It means pushing for that Willy Brandt moment. I think it's so badly needed in China-Japan relations, and indeed, I think the R word, yes, reparation, should be on the table. Still, absolutely, as sort of a more concrete form of this. And does China have some apologizing to do? Yes, absolutely. Here's these bells represent a very important instance where we have begun to examine some of our history in the Asia Pacific that's quite dark in the Philippines. I think more of this is needed because the area is really a powder keg, and we should be thankful that peace is still reigns in the Asia Pacific, but we are on the edge of a precipice, in my view. So thank you very much for hearing me out. I welcome your questions, your thoughts.
That was a very insightful presentation, Dr. Goldstein. Thank you. Our next presenter is Dr. Yang-Mo Koo. He is an esteemed scholar with expertise in Asian politics, U.S. foreign policy, and the complexities of memory and reconciliation in East Asia and Europe. Professor Koo brings a wealth of knowledge to our discussion with a Bachelor of Arts from Sogan University, a Master of Arts in International Affairs, and a PhD in Political Science from George Washington University. Currently serving as the Associate Director of the Peace and War Center at Norwich and the editor of the Journal of Peace and War Studies. He has authored numerous publications, including the co-authored book, Politics in North and South Korea. Professor Ku's forthcoming work, Historical Justice, Reconciliation, and Peace, promises to shed light on the crucial role of agents in coming to terms with the past. His insights into the denuclearization of North Korea and the intricate dynamics of the Korean Peninsula are highly sought after by government institutions. A round of applause for Professor Ku as he gives his presentation over the next 15 minutes.
Thank you so much. Dr. Goldstein just gave us a very important historical background and what kind of atrocious actions Japan had done vis-a-vis China. So also that applies to the Korean people and many other Southeast Asian people. So today, actually for this the summit, I wrote one paper, the title, The Politics of Memory and Reconciliation, Japan's Struggles to Come to Terms with the Past vis-a-vis Korea. I think in the opening remarks, I addressed this briefly, but just right, World War II, Japanese colonial rule over Korea from 1910 to 1945 ended almost 8 decades ago, but still Korean people and Japanese people, they are contesting over the past history, and this conflictual interpretation of their past history affect current governmental policies. Even just as I mentioned, the US policy toward the Asia Pacific has been complicated because of this historical dispute between Japan and South Korea. So today, in my paper and in this presentation, I briefly touch upon why has it been so difficult for Japan to address the past wrongs vis-a-vis Korea, even just vis-a-vis China and other former victims. But Japan has been just changing in its behavior toward past wrongs over time. So what has made Japan to take action to just address some issues over past 8 decades? So let me briefly touch upon the Japan's past wrongs. I mean, Dr. Goldstein briefly touched upon this, but especially vis-a-vis Korea. During the colonial rule over almost a 36 years period, I mean, Japan brutally ruled Korean society. So political suppression was always there. And just the South Korea, especially southern part of Korea at the time, they produced a lot of rice and all those crops. So they tried to exploit those resources for Japan's society. And then later on, Japan's war efforts. Also, a lot of Korean people at the time, they were banned from using the Korean language as well. So the Japan systematically tried to assimilate Korean culture into Japanese one. Also, the Korean people at the time, they had discriminations. So many millions Japanese immigrants to Korea at the time, they had a lot of chances to get well educated, but just the original Korean people, they had some of them, they were able to get the elementary school and middle school, high school education, but majority of them, they were discriminated against Japanese folks at the time. So particularly, as you see the photo there, so comfort women issue. So from, I think, 1937 to 1945, during the 7 to 8 years period, Japan systematically or forcefully tried to draft the Asian women. So they're ranging from the 50,000 to 200,000 women. So 80 to 90% of those women were Koreans. So I think against their will, I mean, they were deceived to go to Japan or other war front. So like Japanese recruiters or even just the Korean collaborators with Japan at the time, they deceived those people. Like as we know, at the time, Korean society was really poor. So many women, they wanted to have better chances to make money for their families and all those things. So they are deceived to go to Japan and other part of the Asia to make money, but eventually when they got there, so they got raped by the private entrepreneurs there, and eventually sent to the military camp to women kind of stations. So like under hellish conditions, they had to serve Japanese soldiers sexually. So some, according to some testimonies, like 20 times, 30 times, they had to have sex with Japanese soldiers. They forced to do that daily. So it's a kind of miserable conditions they had. So many people, they died at the war front. Also, survivors, they couldn't return to Korea because Korean society was very patriarchal. So the social stigma or shame, as we already addressed, they couldn't return to Korean society. So a lot of kind of miserable conditions they had. Also, about 720,000 Korean people, they were forced to work for Japanese companies like Mitsubishi and Michi, that kind of steel companies. So under inhumane conditions, right, they had to work, and some of them died and injured, and all those kind of issues so we had. So in my paper, I try to create some kind of concept of contrition, or in different terms we can use penitence or apologies. So like I try to categorize those terms into three, like a deep contrition and shallow contrition and no contrition. So I'm not gonna dive into the details, but in terms of deep contrition, so the perpetrator state should provide clearly apologetic statement, and then they provide direct compensation to former victims. And in history textbooks, they have to provide like a reflective view of history. And even just the war memorials and war museums, they just display artifacts to show clear remorse. But shallow contrition and no contrition, as you see, there should be difference like that. So when we look at over the past 8 decades, how Japan has addressed its past wrongdoings, like this, simply speaking, 3 time period and 3 stages. From 1945 to 1991, no contrition. Later on, why that happened. From 1991 to 1996, Japan made some efforts. Japan's government, even society, made some government to provide apologetic statements to the former victims and try to provide some partial compensation to that. Just even included some historical descriptions of camp to women, forced labor, and other just historical misdeeds. But starting in 1997, Japan, I think, like a backslid. Which means that just the Japan's addressing or coming to terms with its past misdeeds swung between the shallow contrition and no contrition. So in my paper, in my analysis, I try to analyze that issue using this analytical framework. So usually even just in looking at the German case, external pressure is really important. So without external pressure, perpetrator states and society, they are not voluntarily just trying to address their past wrongdoings. So in looking at the Germany's like 1950s and 60s historical kind of component, the Germany also was not very penitent or contrite in addressing them. But in late 1960s, that changed a lot. But in the Japan case, right, until 1991, there was no strong pressure, external pressure, in terms of handling and dealing with Japan's issues. So external pressure, coming from the victim state to civil society organizations, or perpetrator state to civil society organizations, and victim governments as well. So external pressure, when the perpetrator state faces external pressure, there should be some kind of state-society dynamics within perpetrator states, like a conservative society, progressive society, or just a conservative ruling coalition and progressive ruling coalition. So depending on those combinations, just the outcome of contrition should be different, like a deep, shallow, or no. So state society dynamics in dealing with the past. So I just try to create these 2x2 metrics. In political science, we love to create some concept, love to create some kind of analytical frameworks before giving the historical narratives. So simply speaking, when in perpetuated state, right? When ruling coalition is there, also the society is conservative ruling coalition meet with conservative dominant society. Usually there is no contrition. But on the other hand, when progressive ruling coalition control the society, and then society is the dominant progressive dominant society. When those two variables meet together, I think the outcome can be just a deep contrition. So, in this paper, I addressed that in more detail, but let me move on in terms of of the next 4 minutes, I'm going to talk about these real issues. So, from 1945 to 1991, no contritions. Why? Because at the time, intensifying Cold War politics. Eventually, right after the end of World War II, the United States tried to remilitarize and democratize Japanese society thoroughly. But when the Cold War was gaining the traction, U.S. policy, occupation policy towards Japan got reversed. So from demilitarization to remilitarization, from the democratization to economic recovery. Especially America's main policy goal at the time was to check and balance, to prevent the spread of Soviet communism at the time. So that changed the Japanese attitude a lot. Also, before the end of World War II, right, a lot of political leaders and bureaucrats who were running the wartime, the Japanese government, actually many of them, right, some of them got purged after the end of World War II, but they continued. Majority of them, they were able to continue their political status after the war. So think about it. Those conservative people, they didn't want to address their past wrongdoings because that can damage their identity and political interest. Also, prevalent sense of victimization among Japanese, the public. As we know, so right before the end of World War II, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the atomic bombings. Also, the Allied forces just conducted very serious and harsh aerial bombings over Japan and many other cities. So even because of nuclear bombings, more than 100,000 people got killed immediately. After that, so many people suffered from all those radiation exposure and everything. Even in Allied, the aerial bombings over Tokyo, within one night, more than 100,000 people got killed. So what I'm saying is, Japanese people, after the end of World War II, they didn't know what atrocious actions Japanese soldiers had done in Asia, in China, in Southeast Asian war front, and toward the Korean people. But they felt they were victims. So that kind of victimization feeling was hindering Japan from addressing its past wrongdoings. Also, as I said, no agent to seriously raise the issue of Japan's past misdeeds because China was in a turmoil in the communist revolution. Korea, as we know, from 1950 to 1953, Korea suffered from the Korean War. And then South Korean case, so up to 1987, the Korean society was the rule of dictatorships. So I think until the end of late 1980s, right, just no external pressure to Japan in addressing all those issues. But in 1990, starting in 1990s, after the end of Cold War, that changed. As a Korean society got democratized, and just a lot of Korean civil society organizations, they began raising comfort women issues and forced labor issues, a lot of history textbook issues, and Yasukuni Shrine and war memorial issues and everything. So Korean, the organizations, and then progressive Japanese civil organizations also supported those transnational comfort women movement, transnational history textbook movement, and all those things. So responding to that, in early 1990s, thankfully, Japanese society, Japanese ruling coalition in politics was transitioning to kind of progressive political dynamics. So those two got met, and then shallow contrition we witnessed. Just 1 minute, let me use. And but starting in 1997, I mean, Japanese society, right? I mean, the long ruling, the Conservative Party, Liberal Democratic Party retook the power and then just continue to rule Japanese society until present time, except for 2009 to 2012 time period. So what I'm saying is that after 1997, Japanese society, Japanese political ruling coalition is very, very conservative, and Japanese society is conservative dominant society. So it is really difficult for the external actors and even just the progressive Japanese folks within Japan to push Japanese government and society to delve into these historical issues. So bottom line is that it's currently ongoing issues, and a lot of Korean people, especially left side Korean people, they have still historical antagonism toward Japan. So thank you so much, and just in Q&A sessions we can address these topics a little more. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Koo. We'll now open the floor for questions. If anyone has questions, we'll ask you move to either side of the room to ask. Thank you.
Hello, my question is for Professor Goldstein. So you mentioned Shinzo Abe, it was on your Twitter feed. So his grandfather, Nobusuke Kinsey, was also a prime minister from 1957 to 1960. He was also a Class A war criminal who was not charged, tried, or convicted by the US after World War II for his actions in Manchuria. And I was wondering if you can talk about the influence the US had on Japan's projection of its actions in World War II.
Yes, thanks for the excellent question. I think you bring up another, yet another side of this, which is, I maybe neglected here a bit. I guess maybe one of the themes of this discussion is shame, but unfortunately, I think as Professor Koo mentioned also, part of the reason why Japan's crimes are not really well understood either in Japan or elsewhere in the world is that we had substantial reason to move on quickly, right? And Professor Koo, I think, mentioned we had this imperative to get Japan on its feet and get it moving in a direction that we saw as positive, which meant absolutely preventing any kind of Soviet influence in Japan or communist infiltration, which meant we needed a kind of cohesive Japan, a democratic Japan, a pro-American Japan, and not one that was tied up in this history. So, and by the way, that also meant a rearmed Japan. And although all Japan's defense establishments are called self-defense units, trust me, they have a first-class military. And perhaps that's right, as a quote normal country. But I think a lot of countries around, including China, have real questions about this. But unfortunately, as you alluded in your good question, that part of this is sort of our complicity, our willingness sort of not to, press Japan on the historical issues. So I think this is quite regrettable. And Abe himself, I would commend parts of his diplomacy as kind of skillful, but China-Japan relations have been on a kind of downward trajectory for really the last 20 or 30 years. So it's how to arrest that trajectory and change it. It's a good question. I have some of my ideas involve history. I think leaning on the historical issue, I think Japan could quite quickly turn this around if there was some kind of political will there. So, but again, a lot of people bring up, well, then you're going to jeopardize the U.S.-Japan alliance, which is seen as kind of sacred. Look, I favor the alliance as well. I think it is important for Asia-Pacific security, but we need to be open to other ideas as well, not instead of, but along with. Thanks for the question.
Thank you. We'll take one from this side of the room.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentations. This is something I really don't know a lot about, and I really appreciated being enlightened on how they're wrestling with memory in that part of the world. I'm a historian, so I'm going to ask a history question, and I guess just fundamentally for both of you, how does Japan present its own history in the war to its own people? When I look at some of the subjects I deal with in historical memory in America, I think there's really kind of three categories. There's outright denial. No, the rape of Nanking didn't happen. It just did, nothing like that. There's minimization, which is, oh, well, bad things happened, but it was not to the level that it's been portrayed. And then there's relativism, which is, well, bad things happened in Nanking, but the Chinese also did bad things here. Do any of those categories really apply to Japan? How do they tell this story to their own people?
Yeah, let me briefly touch upon that. Just thank you for a very enlightening question. Just as far as I know, I think during the Cold War period, I think in Japanese society, the progressive civil society organizations, and especially the teachers' union, was really strong, so that just they made a big impact on historical narratives and all those things. But obviously, under the rule of Liberal Democratic Party, they didn't really want to incorporate those just a reflective view of history in history textbooks and all official historical narrative. But what I can say is that after the end of Cold War, so in 1990s, as I briefly touched upon that, when Japanese society faced external pressure coming from especially the South Korean civil society organizations, I think Japanese government, they tried to incorporate certain descriptions of historical wrongdoings in history textbooks. So that was really big advancement in terms of Japan's history policies. But starting in 1997, when especially the conservative and nationalist forces within Japanese politics and society, they witnessed the inclusion of those comfort women issues into textbooks. They got mad and they just launched the so-called historical revisionist movement. So starting in 1997, I think Japanese society and political realms has been turning to very conservative directions. So I think, unfortunately, right now, as far as I know, many Japanese history textbooks, they don't talk about those comfort women issues and those things anymore. So it's a really sad, unfortunate kind of advancement. Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think we may be going backward here. I mean, look, at some level, I do think we need to have some Japan specialists here who I just don't, in my scholarship, I don't really delve into where Japan is going on this, but I'll just say anecdotally, and by the way, I didn't talk about comfort women in China. I mean, to my knowledge, it was, may have been on the scale or exceeded the scale of what these horrible crimes perpetrated against Korean women. Why do we know more about the Korean case here? Because Koreans have spoken up loudly and I'm glad about it. I mean, in other words, they've led the way, but I think, China's kind of been shy about raising these issues. I don't know, partly probably because of humiliation, but also partly because they fear, well, what would happen to Japanese investment and things like that. So they don't want to, they're, I think, a little more anxious to kind of raise these things. But just to answer the question more, I spent one day in a Japanese history museum. This was attached to the Yasukuni Shrine, so it's not just some museum. It's one of the most important war memorials they have. And I'll tell you, I came out shaking out of that museum. You learn in that museum that Roosevelt started the war against Japan, that it was Roosevelt's doing, a conspiracy, and that what they were doing in China was actually a counterterrorism operation. So and this was in English. Actually, I don't read Japanese. So it's shocking, truly shocking. And the museum is stunning. I mean, they don't have any shortage of funding. They have big cavernous rooms like this with exalting, Japan's military achievements and their martyrs. So, again, that's anecdotal. So I have not done an exhaustive search of Tokyo's museums and memorials and whatnot. So I'm not ready to go that far, but somebody better. I mean, and I haven't seen it, So I'm not sure why scholars seem to be American, Japanese, I don't know. They seem pretty uninterested in this subject, which is disturbing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
For the sake of time, I know everybody has a lot of questions, but we'll take one more question for this session. Thank you.
Thank you. For a question for Professor Goldstein, with this issue, you mostly focused on China as one country, and even in your pie chart you showed the communist flag. But when you're referring to Taiwan, isn't it, I think, a key issue about China being two countries right now and currently? How does Japan reform with the main communist China, which currently does the same colonial practices toward the Uyghurs, the Mongolians, the Manchus, the Tibetans that Japan did in its past? How does it reform or reconcile with a government that's committing the same crimes?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a good question, and China has done some truly awful things and is doing awful things today, as you point out, and it's important to raise those issues. For the record, China does not consider Taiwan another country, or they don't consider it two Chinas. Whatever you think or I think, that's what they think, which is important. Look, a common response to this kind of presentation that I made is, look, whatever you think about Japan and China, Mao did much worse than any, he killed more people than anybody, so why are we even talking about this? Well, that is a certain perspective. As a scholar of international relations, I guess my approach on this is to say, look, Americans, we've done horrible things to each other. We've slaughtered each other in huge numbers, right? I was very glad for the presentation on the Civil War, Andersonville, and all these things. We wouldn't really welcome the Japanese or Chinese telling us how to sort out our issues between Americans, and we have a lot of issues. Well, in this case, I also think there's just a difference between, when whatever you conceive of China, whether it includes Tibet or not, I don't know. I mean, that's a question for them to figure out, I guess. And they are. But I'm saying that's sort of one set of issues. But then these international issues, that's what I think we are kind of focusing on here. They cut very deeply, and here's the practical reason. Whatever China does with the Uyghurs, it's terrible, and we may feel awful about it, but it is not going to cause World War III. The issue I'm talking about is going to cause World War III. And as Americans, you should be concerned about that. So I'm just a kind of practical person, and that's what I'm worried about.
So one last comment I want to make is, if I may, just 1 minute. Just today, Dr. Goldstein and I, to a certain extent, like bashed the Japan and Japanese the politicians and society. Probably, if conservative political leaders in Japan and opinion leaders hear this kind of topics and talks, they would hate us. So one anecdotal story I can say is that when I was kind of presenting my research in Tokyo, at the time I tried to compare the Japan's history policy with Germany's history policy. And then one of the audience was the Japanese, the kind of governmental official. Definitely he was a conservative, the folks. And then he raised a hand, and then he just countered my argument that why do you try to compare Japan with Germany? We are totally different countries and different kind of historical experience we have. Don't make that kind of comparison. So that was really just a shocking kind of incident to me. But anyway, the Japan made definitely some efforts to address these issues. So in today's talk, we didn't talk about 2015 Camp-David Agreement. So the Japan tried to create a fund to provide compensation to the former victims and all those things. But the Korean victims, many of them and their supporters and supporting organizations didn't accept the reluctant compensation, reluctant apologies and all those things. So much more details should be in this kind of discussions. Thank you.
Fantastic. Over the last 50 minutes, we have engaged in a rich and insightful discussion today, examining the intricate dynamics surrounding historical reconciliation in Northeast Asia. Our distinguished panelists have illuminated the immense challenges, but also potential paths forward when it comes to achieving justice, closure, and lasting peace between nations still grappling with legacies of colonialism, war, and human rights abuses. Let's give a well-deserved round of applause to our esteemed panelists.
So starting at 3 p.m., we are going to have a final session, the students' presentations. 4 brilliant students, they will make presentations about their research papers, so about Russia, China, and even American civil war and all those things. Please just continue to join our sessions. Thanks again.
absolutely going to happen.
Getting though. She saw them.
These are push to talk, right?
Yeah.
It's hold to talk?
Yeah. Push to talk.
Yeah. It's worth having Professor Thornberg break that here. Yeah. Professor Thornberg gave me feedback last year. I was depressed for 2 weeks after.
That's right, I did. Yeah.
And
you're back for more.
I was kind of hoping for round 2, Professor. Wait, hold on, it's still in the center. Professor, can we start?
Hello, welcome. My name is Amy Woodbury-Tees. I'm the Associate Dean for Interdisciplinary Curriculum with the College of Arts and Sciences, as well as the Chair of the Department of Global Humanities and an Associate Professor of English. Welcome to the 5th Annual Peace and War Summit. I hope that many of you have had the opportunity to attend sessions throughout the day and have gained new knowledge and perspectives as a result. If this is your first session, I'm glad you made it and promise that it will not disappoint, as we have 4 outstanding student panelists speaking to you this afternoon. These student scholars will share their research on different topics related to this year's theme of war, reconciliation, and memory. As you listen to these insightful papers, I encourage you to consider the connections as well as the incongruencies and tensions produced between them. Recalling Commandant McCullough's message from his keynote this morning, we gain new perspectives into our collective histories and ourselves when we seek to make connections with the stories and experiences of others. Before I introduce our first panelist, I want to note the structure of this afternoon's session. Each speaker will present for 10 minutes. The presentations will then be followed by discussions by Drs. Michael Andrew and Michael Thunberg of our History and Political Science Department faculty. We will then have time for what I hope will be a robust question and answer session featuring you, our audience members. So without further delay, I would like to welcome our first panelist, Michael Cathy, who is a senior political science major from Plymouth, New Hampshire, with a minor in Spanish. In his free time, he enjoys skiing in the winter and hiking and camping in the summer. He will present the shift in China's support of Russia in the Russian-Ukrainian war.
Thank you, Dr. Woodbury-Tees. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming. So as we all know, about 2 years ago, Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Their alleged goals of this special military operation were to denazify Ukraine. However, more accurate descriptions of their goals were one of irredentism, to regain their former Soviet sphere of influence within Eastern Europe, and revisionism, an attempt to push back against organizations like NATO and any other organization that represents the Western liberal order. Now, my research question for this paper was, why has China gradually grown to support Russia after initial hesitation to either fully support them or condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine? Starting off, I want to talk about evidence for China's shifting policy. Immediately after the invasion, China was careful not to overtly favor either side in the conflict. China maintained its rhetoric as a supporter of territorial sovereignty, in this case Ukraine, but did so by tacitly blaming the US for taking an aggressive Cold War stance regarding Russia and Ukraine. This argument pretty much sums up all of China's diplomatic overtures towards the Ukrainian situation in the immediate months following the invasion. The gist of it is pretty much, we do not support the war, but the war is primarily the responsibility of certain nations who have a history of propagating color revolutions and expanding their neo-imperialist ideals. Logically, they're talking about the United States and other Western nations. Recently, Chinese and Russian officials have met on multiple occasions and discussed furthering strategic partnerships between the two nations in the realms of their economies, joint political overtures, and their joint security partnership. Now, these overtures are mostly for show and mostly diplomatic. However, there has been some hard evidence indicating China's shifting policy. But there's also been, to first kind of backtrack a bit and explain why China has been hesitant to choose either side and has mostly chosen a hedging strategy. Should China have fully supported Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it would likely suffer the same sanctions Russia faced from the international community, which could destabilize the Chinese community. As I'm sure most of you know, recently the Chinese stock market suffered a crash, and their stocks are about half of their value as what they were last year. Additionally, China would lose its global reputation as a champion of the sovereignty of weaker nations, which is a key selling point for China's international investment and development ambitions, primarily in the Global South through the Belt and Road Initiative. However, given the sanctions imposed on Russia after the invasion, China has had the opportunity to kind of test the waters and see how their own economy would react to such sanctions and what they can do and what changes they can implement in the future to safeguard against the negative effect of such sanctions. Previously, scholars have agreed that the Chinese economy is mostly capable of weathering Western sanctions. This has the effect of kind of pushing China further into Russia's corner as the more the war drags on and the more the sanctions drag on, the more confidence China gains in their ability to weather sanctions and to support Russia more and more. On the other hand, even if their economy can't weather the sanctions, that also pushes China into a corner with Russia as they would need an economic partner who is not a part of the global economy and the Western-led global economy, kind of a stable relationship that they can rely on and that they can back on given their kind of aggressive stance and aggressive ambitions in the global market. So my independent variables for this paper, kind of the reasons why I'm explaining how and why China has shifted their policy in the past 2 years of their invasion are first, public sentiment and elite sentiment regarding NATO, China's geopolitical reality, and finally, China's economic relationship with Russia. Now, starting off with sentiment about NATO. In April of 2023, Finland became the 31st member of NATO. Recently, Sweden has also joined the treaty organization. This shows the enhanced resolve of European nations and their fear and their desire to join NATO and to join a global, a regional security organization to defend against perceived Russian aggression and to defend against Russian aggression. Additionally, immediately after the invasion, it was recorded by the Pew Research Center that American sentiment about NATO and about the organization was at an all-time high since they've started recording. Next, China's geopolitical reality. China's been careful to avoid any parallels between Ukraine and Taiwan. They want to maintain their image, especially in the global south, as a protector of state sovereignty from larger, more imperialistic forces. However, they don't want that same rhetoric to kind of backfire on them in regards to Taiwan. However, the Taiwan situation is an important facet to consider given China's shifting attitudes towards Russia, as Chinese support towards Russia and the invasion is kind of like an investment for the future for China, right? China views that if we tacitly and strategically support Russia now, and should the situation in Taiwan or Korea or anywhere in the South China Sea escalate, that support of Russia could come in handy to China in the future. And that could form what could be a much more ironclad strategic partnership, whereas now it's mostly a limited strategic partnership. And finally, China's economic relationship with Russia. The war in Ukraine has had negative consequences for the Chinese economy that is only adding on to the negative consequences to the Chinese economy that COVID-19 had already imposed on their economy starting in 2020. China has pursued a more aggressive investment and development strategy among the global economy, particularly investing in infrastructure and development projects in the global south. And that, combined with the COVID-19 situation, has left the Chinese economy relatively volatile and vulnerable. And like I said earlier, an increased level of strategic partnership economically with Russia could kind of be a hard-backed security and safeguard to protect the Chinese economy given this aggressive economic stance. So to conclude, as of now, China's relationship with Russia could best be described as a limited strategic relationship. China is hedging their bets. However, now the pros of supporting Russia more and more outweigh the cons. So what does this mean from an American perspective, right? From an American perspective, it's my belief that we need to view this in the realm of what we can and what we can't control. We can't control the fact that China has essentially wedded itself to Moscow's revisionist point of view and irredentist point of view. That's the consensus view among scholars. We can't control that. We also can't control the lessons China is learning, particularly on how to handle and safeguard against sanctions, and particularly about what we as the United States will do in a situation like with Russia and Ukraine. As you all know, the US is extremely hesitant to provide military support towards Russia, given fears of escalation between nuclear powers. That could prove a similar lesson to be learned later on in Taiwan. I think we must be wary of China and their increased level of support for Russia. However, I don't think we should take the United States, it would be in the best interest of the United States to take an entirely hawkish standpoint. I think there are still areas in which there can be rapprochement between China and the United States, particularly in the Arctic, which is a less volatile regional security situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Let me switch gears here. Okay. Sorry, my technology. Okay, here we go. All right. Great. Yay. I'd now like to call up August Guerrieri, who is a senior political science and studies in war and peace major. He is the headquarters company commander in the Corps of Cadets and will be commissioned as a transportation officer in the U.S. Army after graduation. August participates in Norwich's Campus Corps and is a member of the National Political Science Honor Society. He presented during the 2023 Peace and War Summit on the threat of nuclear weapons, and today he will talk to us about the Donbas separatist movement. August.
Thank you, ma'am, and good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to appear on the student panel of the Peace and War Summit for my second year. This project originally began in Professor Andrews' Revolution and Forces of Change course back in the fall 2022 semester. I was presented with the opportunity to expand on my research for Professor Roberts' Costs of War course this past semester. I wanted to expand on the topic of the Donbas separatist movement in the context of self-determination as a cost of war. In this presentation, I will cover the transformation and the globalization of the Donbas separatist movement, with its origins following Ukraine's independence from the Soviet Union, the remobilization of the movement in reaction to the Euromaidan, and the movement's ideological framework. I will then discuss the entry of foreign fighters into the war beginning in 2014, and Russia's engulfing of the movement following its invasion in 2022. Global attention to the conflict in Ukraine began in the weeks leading up to Russia's invasion on February 24, 2022. Bloodshed in the region regarding this conflict started back in 2014 with the Maidan Revolution and the declarations of independence of the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, as well as Russia's annexation of the Crimean Peninsula. Fighters worldwide then flocked to the conflict, motivated by ideology, purpose, the thrill of combat, and connection to the land. Although Donbas separatist sentiment widely exploded following Russia's intervention, these sentiments existed prior to Russia's support for the separatist republics. Identity politics, Russophobic sentiments, and political moves that impacted eastern Ukraine pushed its inhabitants to desire separation from Kiev. But Russia hijacked this movement for their strategic interests, to the harm of the Donbas people, and globalized the conflict in Ukraine from a domestic independence movement to a pawn in the struggle between East and West. Self-determination has been tossed aside. Separatist sentiments in the Donbas originate with the International Movement of Donbas, founded in November 1990 and active throughout the 90s. It opposed unity with Ukraine and favored independence for the Donbas region. The movement united miners and regional elites against Kiev's policies that caused poor economic conditions and attempted to Ukrainianize the Donbas. The movement emphasizes Donbas's unique cultural identity, at least its claimed cultural identity, as home to dozens of peoples throughout history. Separatist sentiment lay dormant from 2003 until the Euromaidan of 2013. The movement's spiritual successor founded the Donetsk People's Republic in 2014. The Euromaidan protests were triggered in November 2013 by then-President Yanukovych denying the Ukrainian parliament's approval of an association agreement with the European Union, opting instead to strengthen ties with Russia's Eurasian Economic Union. The protests were violently dispersed, which triggered a wave of riots that culminated in the Maidan Revolution of February 2014 and the removal of Yanukovych from power. Russia annexed Crimea in March of 2014, which helped fuel the confidence of separatist groups in the Donbas, who voted in April of 2014 to establish the DPR and the LPR, resulting in armed conflict between government forces and separatist militias. The Minsk Agreement stabilized the front line, which changed little until Russia's invasion in February of 2022. Since its independence, 3 of the 7 Ukrainian presidential elections have seen an identifiable split between East and West. These elections proved to those in eastern Ukraine, in their eyes, that Kiev and the rest of western Ukraine were unwilling to cooperate for a peaceful unity, that would recognize the sovereignty of the different cultural groups within Ukraine's borders. The rise of Ukrainian nationalism triggered a paranoia amongst the separatist groups in Donbass, which was aimed back towards Kiev, who they feared were trying to subjugate them. The Donbass separatist movement is a unique sort of populism based on a cross-cultural civic nationalism which incorporates the cultures of the multiple historic occupiers of the region, as well as economic dependence on both agriculture and industrialization. When the conflict first broke out in 2014, foreign fighters immediately flocked to Ukraine, joining both sides of the war. They were motivated by ideology, thrill, and in search of a sense of purpose. There is no single defining characteristic of the foreign fighters. Both sides had fighters with anti-fascist or communist ideologies. They had nationalists, racial supremacists, and a variety of faiths, cultures, and nationalities. One example is Texas, in the bottom picture, a southerner with a deeply communist ideology. He dons a cowboy hat emblazoned with the hammer and sickle. He speaks Russian with an extreme southern twang and likes to entertain his comrades with his guitar and songs about the war laced with profanity. In other parts of the world, the Italian far right has been highly divided over the war. Volunteers aligning with the ruling right-wing coalition have fought for the Donbass, while those hailing from the neo-fascist movement from the Casa Pound Party fight alongside the Azov Battalion in Ukraine. Some fighters have even admitted to having fought for both sides of the conflict at different points in the war. Many of the stories espoused by these foreign fighters in Ukraine evoke memories of mercenaries in the Cold War and specifically the Southern African Bush Wars. Many of the fighters, both during the Cold War and now, face similar struggles of betrayal, frustration, and anger focused towards their home governments. These stories have helped enable the initial stages of the globalization of the conflict in eastern Ukraine. The presence of the foreign fighters forced their home governments to begin taking stances on the conflict, including laws forbidding involvement in foreign conflicts as mercenaries. The increasing number of ideologies involved in the fight meant more global attention on the conflict to determine ideological stances. This rising international focus set the stage for Russia's invasion in 2022. The Donbass felt they were pushed to separatism by both Kiev and Moscow. From Kiev, they were labeled terrorists, smacked with economic blockades by military force, and were told that having a weak Ukrainian identity would no longer be acceptable. From Moscow, they saw the annexation of Crimea, additional manpower, and material support as demonstration of Russia's power, at least what we thought was power back then. Thus, the Donbass turned toward Moscow, which came at the price of their self-determination. Despite the original separatist intent to establish independent regions, the 2022 referendums in the separatist republics allegedly voted to be fully integrated into the Russian Federation, and Russian officials have replaced all of the domestic leadership within Donbass. The Donbass separatist movement began with a genuine desire for independence and self-determination. They have the right to self-determination like all other people, but the endless global struggle for hegemony has dragged them in as pawns, with both the West and the East expressing hypocrisy in their actions and policies, denying self-determination and independence. The greatest tragedy of the war in Donbass is the refusal of self-determination by both Eastern and Western powers for both the Donbass and Ukraine as a whole. No matter who wins in the end, the Donbass has already lost. Thank you.
Thank you, August. Let's get out. Sorry, I'm a Mac user, and this is not. Mo, I've lost the other presentation. Sorry. Sorry, technical problems. Okay, we're back. I'd now like to call up Caleb Hogan, who is a current senior criminal justice and political science double major with a minor in pre-law. Caleb is a member of the Corps of Cadets and has spent time with the Mountain Cold Weather Company practicing practical mountaineering skills. Upon graduation, Caleb plans on pursuing a graduate degree from Norwich in international relations while working full-time within the federal government. He will present his research on China and Russia's use of transnational repression.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me, and thank you for being here. Today, I'm going to be presenting my research done on China and Russia's use of transnational repression, specifically within the United States. I will first be going over what transnational repression is and why it's important for us to look at and understand, the methods at which these two nations utilize transnational repression, and then comparing the two and how they differ and compare. To start, first, what is transnational repression? Transnational repression is a crime conducted internationally by foreign nations on citizens located outside of their boundaries and their sovereignty. The FBI definition is when foreign governments stalk, intimidate, or assault people within the United States. This is an obvious concern to us and our freedoms given to the people within our confines because it inhibits their ability to practice their fundamental rights of protest and freedom of speech. The foreign nations typically utilize transnational repression as a way to silence dissidents and to stop them from speaking out against specifically the PRC or the Russian Federation. It is important for us to understand this because we need a way to combat this in order to preserve the rights that we guarantee to all of our citizens and all people located within the United States. Now, looking at the methods of transnational repression, I will be going over 4 methods. The first being surveillance. This is when opposing governments will, through advanced technology or human sources, watch and track foreign citizens living abroad. The first is through digital methods, in which, through open source intelligence, they can look specifically through social media to gain information on individuals. They can gain information regarding their family who are located abroad, who they surround themselves with, and most importantly, what they are saying. Social media is an open book to discover who is talking out against these foreign governments and who they should target to try to stop them from talking out in these ways. Social media allows for them to easily find this information without having to look very hard. It's out there on the internet for them to find easily. The second is through phishing scams. This is where China or Russia will send scam emails, messages on social media, or other sources of phishing scams in order to persuade them to give them information about themselves, their family, or whatever information they be seeking. The second form of surveillance we see is through human sources. This is when there are actual intelligence agents or representatives of these governments located in country who are conducting human surveillance upon citizens located within the United States, which we will go into more in detail discussing each country and how they conduct transnational repression. The second is through prescribed threats. These are the most severe types of threats that can be conducted through transnational repression. And this is where the line of whether this is transnational repression or more extreme crimes is blurred. Through assassinations, assaults, disappearances, and violent forced renditions done to silence individuals. This is when they send operatives into the United States to conduct these sort of crimes against people within our boundaries. These are the most extreme and the most alarming to people who are speaking out about these governments. And this is the far end of the spectrum of transnational repression. The third method is known as coercion by proxy. And what this means is it is threatened violence or physical violence on family or sanctions against individuals within the territorial jurisdiction of the United States for the purpose of repressing a target outside of our jurisdiction. This is typically done mostly with the Uyghur population in China, where if we have speaking out Chinese citizens located within the United States, they'll often receive a message or a threat that the PRC will harass or take their family members into camps, labor camps located in China. This is a threat against their family as a way to coerce them into not talking out about this government or to gain intelligence or whatever their end goal is in this scenario. The fourth method is through mobility controls and coerced return. This is the least common because it requires these people to be outside of the United States where they're unprotected. This limits these individuals' ability to travel internationally and freely move about the world. This can be done by various methods, including invalidating passports, extraditions if they go into a country where they can make that exchange, or any way at which the countries can stop them from moving about the world internationally. However, this is the least seen within the United States because when they are located here is when they're the most protected. First, looking at China's use of transnational repression, they mostly do it through surveillance and coercion by proxy. As stated previously, the Uyghur population in China is an easy way for them to use coercion by proxy by threatening to put their family in labor camps or harass those individuals, put them in jail. Having a family member threatened is an easy way to silence someone located outside of their jurisdiction. And it's also easy to perform because it can be done simply through social media or digital means. This is also very difficult for the United States to combat because a simple message given to someone is difficult for us to pin a crime upon, and it also prevents them from wanting to speak out about it. If they receive a threat that they know could very possibly be performed because they do have family located in China, these individuals are much less likely to speak out about this. And the second is through surveillance. There has been many cases of what is known as Chinese police stations located throughout the United States. These police stations are almost spy centers where the Chinese can use these centers to surveil, harass, threaten, and try to silence people throughout the United States. Most notably, there have been multiple cases of Chinese police stations in New York City, which have been released and shown by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. These other locations have also been shown to house Chinese groups who are directly related to the PRC and have gone to trial for surveilling and harassing American citizens in our home country. Next, looking at Russia. Russia most notably uses prescribed threats. They do so on the extreme end of what you would look at the transnational repression scale, being the most extreme forms of it, assassinations. Most of these assassinations are not typically done within the United States, or at least the ones we are able to, or we have evidence of. There have been multiple across Europe of them silencing dissidents of the Russian Federation, and there's countless in Russia of that happening. Within the United States, there have been multiple assassination attempts that have been found and released to the media. However, currently there is very slim to no assassination success stories by the Russian government within the United States. However, based on evidence in Europe along with the attempted assassinations in the United States, it's safe to assume that this would be their main form of transnational repression. The other is through espionage. And although this is not directly known as transnational repression, this is where the lines slightly blur and it moves into a different category. They are directly related in how they are conducted. When they use spy agents to try to intimidate or harass politicians within the United States, which there are cases of that happening, that directly falls into the category of transnational repression being conducted through espionage, which is why I included it here. Now, comparing the two, they each have shown their willingness to commit transnational repression in the United States and throughout Europe as well. China, on the one hand, is much more direct and does so much more obviously. Having police stations located within the country is a clear intrusion upon our sovereignty and is a way for them to try to silence those speaking out against China. And it is done in a way that is not trying to be hidden. The messages being sent that through the surveillance digital means clearly is done to silence these individuals and is done in a way that is not trying to be hidden or trying to be discreet. Russia, on the other hand, chooses much more carefully and is more on the extreme end when they choose to use transnational repression, done through assassination attempts or other extreme methods. They are much more successful based on the fact that it is less known, it is not in the media, and there's less evidence for them. However, the cases that are known are on that extreme end. So comparing the two, China is much more blunt and has less care of being found out about it because there's not much that the United States can do about it. Russia, on the other hand, is much more discreet. And one thing I would like to note is that this presentation is only being done about China and Russia. However, there are multiple other countries who are known to commit transnational repression within the United States and throughout the world. Iran, Saudi Arabia are just a couple to name that also conduct this type of crime. Therefore, it is important for our legislatures and law enforcement to be aware of this, as it is a very infrequently talked about crime, but it has a large impact on our American citizens and the people living within the United States who expect to be given the freedoms that we expressively give in our Constitution and should be given to all Americans and foreigners living in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you, Caleb. And finally, this one. Oh. Going, it's disappearing. Is this it? No. I'm very sorry. Forgive my, here it is. Here it is. Okay, got it. All right. Nope. Where does it keep going? All right, everyone's loving this, right? This is so fun. Okay, here we go. There we go. Okay. Last but not least is Ethan Trask, a senior pursuing a degree in studies in war and peace and a minor in religious studies. Representing Norwich abroad, Trask spent 5 weeks in Pristina, Kosovo, as part of the Frederick C. Cooney Peace and Conflict Summer Immersion Program. Here, he learned firsthand about United Nations mandated missions, peace operations, and post-conflict reconstruction throughout former Yugoslavia. He additionally completed an internship in Washington, D.C. with the United States of America Vietnam War commemoration. He intends to carry his skills, interests, and experiences into the intelligence community post-graduation. Today, he will talk with us about Confederate perspectives on the First World War.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you everyone for coming today. We've heard some fantastic presentations from my colleagues here on Russia, China, and Ukraine, and the legacy of war throughout each of those nations. And for right now, I'd like to focus on the United States and kind of bring our focus inward on the legacy of war here at home. So today I will be presenting on Confederate perspectives on the First World War and how subsequent shifts in identity led to reconciliation for many Southerners as Americans. Over the past 50 years, the legacy of the Vietnam War has shaped how we as Americans perceive war and how our soldiers perceive themselves. Looking back over a century, the same can be said regarding the impact of the Civil War on World War I, which took place a mere 49 years apart. In this study, I compare the combat conditions between the later years of the Civil War and the early years of World War I, and dive into how these similarities and differences are reflected in post-war Confederate media. As will be shown, a common cause and a little bit of time were able to quickly and fundamentally shift the Confederate perspective. Primary information was collected from the post-Civil War periodical, the Confederate Veteran Magazine. This Nashville-based publication saw minimum readership in the tens of thousands and would come to be adopted by major organizations such as the United Confederate Veterans, the United Daughters of the Confederacy, and the Sons of Confederate Veterans. It's a collection of news articles, memoirs, and entertainment written by Confederate veterans and their families documents what they thought about the world around them, and more importantly, what they thought about themselves. For many readers, it served to keep them connected to the Confederate cause post-Reconstruction. Some key secondary literature proved vital to putting the findings of the study into context. First and foremost was Dr. Anthony Saunders' Trench Warfare, 1850 to 1950, which discusses the aspects of warfare that veterans of both wars would have faced, going beyond trenches into the introduction of hand grenades, automatic weaponry, and sharpshooters. Furthermore, Dr. Stephen Sodergren's The Great Weight of Responsibility dives in on many Confederate narratives up to and around this time, and serves as a sufficient baseline for studying the social impact of Confederate media between both wars. The first recorded instance of trench warfare in the Civil War was a mere 3 months after the outbreak of the war in the First Battle of Bull Run in 1861, though its use was not extensive. Later war battles in the Overland and Petersburg campaigns were much more reminiscent of World War I, with trench lines stretching miles on end and many of the same methods and tactics that were seen 50 years later. The 1864 Battle of Cold Harbor outside Richmond, Virginia was a devastating defeat for Generals Grant and Meade as their forces charged General Lee's trench lines over a 6-mile front. The defending Confederates were able to inflict 4 times the casualties they took, and this battle highlighted the supremacy of static warfare over open battle. Further, the 9-month-long siege of Petersburg, Virginia was one of the most traumatic battles of the war, with poor conditions and the winter leading many to die from disease, if not desert to the opposing side. Besides the trench lines, sniper fire, and artillery strikes, new innovations were being made in the field of hand grenades, and the Gatling gun saw some of its first usage in the trenches of Petersburg. The importance of all this context cannot be overstated. These are just some of the many comparable experiences that Confederate veterans would hold on not only the stories from the front lines of World War I, but any personal experiences to follow. While it must be said that many soldiers did not experience these conditions, many did. Post-war, Confederate veterans sought solace within each other, forming organizations of up to 160,000 members to preserve their community and legacy. Participation in these organizations was seen as a respectable thing and a way of showing one's support for the cause even after defeat. Many veterans would then go to reunions at the expense of both their physical health and financial ability. Narratives such as the lost cause took root at these reunions and succeeded in shifting the physical loss of the war into an ideological victory for the Confederates, claiming that the Confederacy had successfully fought for liberty and democratic principles against an authoritarian and unjust system. Meanwhile, they would downplay the role of slavery in secession and in war. An intellectual fascination with the South and the Confederacy followed suit. The lost cause took root in academia, not only at home in schools like Johns Hopkins University, where new Southern history courses were added, but abroad. Notably, the Royal Military Academy Sandhurst studied Stonewall Jackson almost obsessively from the end of the Civil War up until World War I. Textbooks on the history of Jackson's campaigns were an integral part of their education. In 1898, Colonel George F.R. Henderson wrote Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War, more colloquially known as the Life of Stonewall Jackson, which brought Southern military history all around the world, and a mutual fascination and respect emerged between ex-Confederates and the British military that would solidify Confederate support for the British long before 1914. By the outbreak of the World War I, most veterans were in their 70s and 80s and were displeased by how discussion of the Civil War domestically had faded away over time. Commemoration of their cause and service was key to them, and many were worried that the cause they fought for would simply be forgotten about, if not so drastically distorted by Northern historians that their legacy was forever tainted. Viewing themselves as also being victims of an oppressive, invading, and industrialized army, Confederate veterans and their families felt extreme empathy for Belgians after the German invasion in 1914. With some out of sympathy and others taking advantage of a newfound hype over the war in Europe, authors drew comparisons between the German and Union armies, both at a strategic and ideological level. Much of the discussion surrounded defending Confederate legacy and actions and highlighting any suffering on their part. The hope of many of these authors was to show that the brutality of the German army was no different from how the Union waged war, and that Americans today ought to be focused on American suffering, not European. Generals Sherman and Sheridan were consistent topics in this regard. Northern journalists began drawing comparisons between the Germans and Confederate forces, and very quickly magazines and newspapers became a hotbed for who is most like the Germans. In many ways, the outbreak of the war reignited old divides, and a revival of Confederate sentiment ensued. Yet, by the U.S.'s entry into the war in 1917, this narrative of German-Union similarity shifted from targeting the North to targeting Germany. Distinctions were made between the Union of then and the United States of now, which was increasingly deemed no longer authoritarian thanks to their own efforts. President Woodrow Wilson was able to bridge much of this social divide, having been considered a proper Southern Democrat, despite his longtime residency in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Confederate organizations declared their wholesale support for him and echoed his calls for the defense of France and Belgium. Both Confederate and Union veterans thus reunited in their old age and tended to rejoice at the notion of a common cause, offering to go overseas together and fight alongside their grandchildren on multiple occasions. Some recommended a draft for those in their 70s and 80s, deeming themselves most qualified to fight a war. Poetry very quickly became a staple in Confederate media, and often wished both Northern and Southern boys good luck on the front lines. And the Stars and Stripes became a symbol of freedom and liberty to all. By 1918, unity was at the forefront of discussion, and any acts of treason against the United States were felt to be fundamentally anti-American. And this correlation of anti-United States and anti-American signals an almost unbelievable change in attitude from these Confederate veterans, and is a very far cry from the days of secession and Civil War. Ultimately, two key points can be identified in regard to reconciliation. War creates common causes, and time is a major factor. While secession was a popular concept, many poor Southern soldiers during the Civil War had not identified a reason behind their own personal fighting. Some did so for the preservation of slavery, others in hopes of defending their families and hometowns. The lost cause served to provide a new morally superior justification for their actions, being anti-authoritarianism. The Entente of World War I would rally along this very principle, and the North and South would find themselves fighting under the same banner as Americans. Being half a century after their own conflict, these veterans would find pride in their children and grandchildren being patriotic American soldiers. Post-war, Confederates would often name these new veterans of World War I in their obituaries, hoping to attach themselves to a new Southern legacy separate from the Confederacy. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you to all four of these presenters. We can give them another round of applause. And we now have remarks from Drs. Michael Andrew and Michael Thunberg, and I'm not sure of the order here, so.
wanna
would
go
like
first?
to?
We can do order we
Okay.
presented.
And
Yeah.
are you sitting, or would you like to come up?
We'll come up.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Good afternoon. Welcome once again. Professor Thunberg and I decided to divide the labor, so I read August's and Michael's papers. I'll comment on those. And when I was reading them, I was looking for a theme. Obviously, they both deal with Ukraine. But in addition to that, they're also both about identities. And they both remind us, both papers remind us, that it is not states or countries that act or behave or believe. It is human beings. And identities often serve as a filter through which human beings make decisions and act and believe. Now, the first paper I'll talk about is August's. And he wrote about the role of the Donbas separatist movement in the Ukraine war, which is, I think, a unique and special perspective. When we think about the war in Ukraine, we often think of it in terms of the conflict between democracy and authoritarianism, or East and West, maybe Russian greed, land hunger. But what August focused on was the, I think, underlying tension, the identity tensions. And I wanted to, I think something that August should probably develop more thoroughly is that idea of the self-determination movement in the Donbass. I found this sentence near the end of his paper: the greatest tragedy of the war in Donbass is the refusal of self-determination to the Donbass from both Eastern and Western powers. And I think that something that really could be developed, should be developed, is that idea of self-determination and what we often refer to as the right to self-determination. And we often speak in terms of nation states. The fact is, of course, that very few states are actually nation states. Most states are multinational. In that context, what does self-determination mean? Is self-determination the right to a state? Is it the right to be sovereign? Is it the right to secede? Is it the right to dismember an existing state? We know that even though most states are multinational, many states do not experience violent internal conflict. Others do. Why is it that some are more violent than others? And I think it comes down to, and I think see this in our own country, is different groups believing that they are or are not represented. So one solution that's offered by Aaron Liphart is what he calls consociational democracy. And consociational democracy is a way of sharing power. And that can come in the form of, say, a proportional electoral system or grants of autonomy. And one thing that I would like to see August do is discuss the Minsk agreements in more detail, because the second Minsk agreement included provisions for self-government for Donbass. But that was somehow swept aside, and in 2022, Russia decided to recognize both Donetsk and Luhansk in the Donbass. Something else I think that August should consider is what's going on in the Donbass. How ethnically homogeneous is Donbass, or how diverse is it? Because if you were to create an autonomous region in Donbass, would that create new minorities? And what would their rights be? I also thought that it would be important to explore why Ukraine is important to Russia. Not just the Donbass, but Ukraine more broadly speaking. What kind of spiritual significance does Ukraine hold for Russia? And since the end of the Cold War, Russian foreign policy has been animated in part by a desire to protect Russian minorities in the former Soviet Union or former even Russian Empire. What right does Russia have to protect minorities if it believes that those minorities are being oppressed? Is there even an obligation on behalf of different countries, even the international community, to intervene in the affairs of states if they believe that minorities are being oppressed? Turning to Michael's paper, the shift in China's support for Russia in the Russian-Ukrainian war, I think that one growing area of scholarship in international relations focuses on cooperation between authoritarian regimes. We've done a lot of research on cooperation between liberal democracies. We've developed the democratic peace theory, which is the idea that liberal democracies don't go to war with each other. Instead, they form security communities. Probably wouldn't go so far as to say the same kind of relationships develop between authoritarian regimes, but under what conditions do authoritarian regimes share common interests? And I think that might be expressed in President Xi's 2013 announcement of what he referred to as the new type of major country relations, which is really about the basic principle of that is relational reciprocity, which means each country respects each other country's core interests and major concerns. And it could be that that is what China and Russia are doing. China is recognizing Russia's sphere of influence, and Russia is reciprocating. That, of course, causes problems for the United States in the South China Sea, because what we see as freedom of navigation exercises, China interprets as an effort by the United States to infringe on its sphere of influence. So I think this gets back to the idea of identities, and one thing that I think Michael could explore is a scheme called national role conception, where you look at how different leaders in different countries understand their roles and the roles of their countries. So how do Chinese leaders understand their history, and how do they understand their ability to shape international relations, and what should international relations look like? Thank you.
Hello, thank you. So first I want to say Dr. Cruz asked me to do the student papers for a couple years now, and I really enjoyed doing it because it's always great to see what the students write. And I will say it is fundamentally different subjecting yourself to open critiques than it is to just submit a paper and get feedback from a professor. So credit to all of you for being up here in the first place. Hogan and Trask, I will email you my critiques. But I'll go in order that they were presented in. So I'll do the Hogan paper first, which looks at how Russia and China use transnational repression against the United States. So I think you provide some good examples of things that China and Russia are doing to engage in some of these transnational repression. I like the end where you build that little table. So if you were here for the previous panel, Dr. Koo talked about good political scientists coming up with their 2x2s. We like our 2x2s and our little tables, and you had a good table in there. So I think that that's a good start. A few points, though, of what I would like to see that I think could really strengthen the paper some. I encourage you to think a little bit about the severity of those different things that you're talking about. You hit on it a little bit in your paper and you say this is the most severe one, but you kind of jump around throughout the paper. And I think if you identify the levels of severity for each of those things, that would help clarify the paper a little bit for you. So you're not going to be able to know kind of the distance and severity between surveillance and assassination. We know those are pretty far apart, but we know that assassination is higher than surveillance. So to be able to put those in some order, I think would benefit the paper some. I really like that at the very end of the paper, you said Russia and China are not the only countries that are engaging in this, and then you listed off a bunch of other nefarious actors and countries that are engaging in this. The United States is one of those countries. We surveil, we engage in espionage, we engage in open source collecting, we do all of these things, right? So it's not just that it's these other countries, the United States is doing this stuff too. We just don't see it as an attack because we're doing it outward. So I think that that needs to be incorporated into the paper a little bit, and I'll get to that on kind of a reframing issue that I think could help, really help strengthen the paper. Your thesis talks about transnational repression towards the United States and how the United States needs to be aware of what's happening so that we can kind of defend against it. A lot of the examples that you give, though, aren't happening in the United States, right? They're happening outside of the United States. So, you know, that's kind of a different question. Even the example that you give about the kind of secret Chinese police that gets set up in the United States that's being used to suppress Chinese dissidents, that's not really against the United States. That's against dissidents speaking against China, right? So I think you need to work on and tease out a little bit what exactly you mean by repression and what you mean by a kind of a U.S. attack. So a couple clarifying things could help with that. First, the idea of creating that ordinal scale might help understand what is actually being directed at the U.S. specifically. You say we need to understand what's happening so that we can create policy solutions. I completely agree. But the first thing we have to understand is where the problem is, because depending on if it is in the United States or if it's abroad, that's going to be different policy levers that we're pulling to address that certain thing. So the more you can kind of flesh out those different levels and where it's actually happening, I think the better able you're going to be to create some of those potential policy solutions. So I think you could reframe your thesis in one of two ways to really help with that. The first one focuses about kind of broader geopolitical implications from these events. So it's the US perspective on how transnational repression is occurring. So not like an attack on the US, but how is the US responding to what Russia and China are doing in engaging in transnational repression, right? And then that helps you move away from it's an attack on the US. There are some things that happen in the US, but there are also external things that China and Russia are doing that the US is concerned about that they want to respond to. So I think that that's one frame that you could focus on. I think the other frame that could be a really beneficial contribution is to incorporate the United States into that table to show where the United States falls, because we don't fall far down on the severity level too often, and then look at how democratic to authoritarian regimes mitigate transnational repression to say that, well, China and Russia are authoritarian, they're more likely to lean towards those higher levels of transnational repression versus the democratic constraints that are put in place on the United States that limits us from being able to do so. So that can kind of reframe it a little bit to take a more institutional structure and have a look at transnational repression. So I think you have a lot going in here, and you have a lot of good, rich examples. A little bit of reframing, I think, could really strengthen the paper. Okay, the Trask paper. Trask paper seeks to understand how World War I was used as a catalyst for reconciliation following the Civil War. It's very well sourced. You clearly did some archival work. You organized those sources, used them to tell some stories. So I say some stories, and I'll get to some of those stories in just a second. I really like that you use some creative pension data to identify the number of living Civil War veterans and widows between that 49-year period of the end of the Civil War and World War I. So I think that was really creative. A few comments that, again, I think could help strengthen the paper a little bit. Your first major section talks about what the veteran perspective was to go to war during the Civil War and World War I, and how going to war might inform that perspective. So I have two major points here. You take that idea and then you kind of launch into this idea of tactics, right? Trench warfare, the advent of military machinery, all of those things, right? Tactics change, and yes, going to war in 1862 is going to be fundamentally different from going to war in 2022. But I think the idea of going to war, there's going to be a lot of similarities, right? You're being taken away from your family, you're being put into life and death situations, you're away from home, right? There's a lot of similarities that are there that the tactics aren't necessarily driving, right? So you have this large focus on tactics, but I think there's a bit of a disconnect from what you're talking about, which is this perception of going to war, and I think you could clarify that a little bit. The second thing, so you need to be a little bit clearer, I think, about how you're using that tactical component to identify this reconciliation idea. It's not until much later in the paper that I kind of see that you're making this claim that World War II helps actually pull together groups, especially Civil War veterans, into this kind of reconciliation, like we're all Americans type perspective. So I can see that being a really compelling argument that World War I helps reconcile the nation, and you say that this is an unintended consequence of war. I like that you bring up Wilson in it, and you say that Wilson is able to kind of bridge this divide. There's a really strong theory in political science called the rally around the flag theory, right? So President George W. Bush, his approval rating skyrockets after 9/11, highest we've ever seen, right? Wilson, we go to war, probably a ton of support for President Wilson during the war and as the war starts. But then he comes home and can't get the League of Nations passed, right? Because that support dissipates. So I'm curious how you might integrate that idea of the rally around the flag. Is it simply that the country is coming together because of conflict, or is it something else? I think the value that you could really add is kind of the mechanism found in some of those unique individual stories. So as you started to talk about the same way that at the end of your paper, some Confederates were still figuring out like why they were fighting. I think to tap into that a little bit more and find out some of those individual mechanisms beyond just this rally around the flag incident that's creating this unified approach to the American idea, I think could be a really strong contribution. And then I think lastly, to potentially better support your theorist's theory, is what's happening after World War I, right? So is that a temporary blip where those Civil War veterans are like, yep, here we go, we're at war, let's come together, and then it goes away because we still see and hear today the South will rise again, and you can drive different places of the country and see people flying Confederate flags, right? So, you know, when does it kind of swing back? Does it persist long after World War I? Is that a more recent phenomena? How does it fit into kind of the monument debates that we're having today about Southern soldiers? So again, I think a lot of kind of rich detail that you have in some of the stories that you're telling, some reframing could potentially help strengthen the paper a little bit. But I think both the Trask and Hogan paper are onto something interesting. Thank you.
Okay, let's see if does this work? It does. So now is the audience's turn. I'd like to welcome anyone who has a question. There's 2 microphones. Please provide some comments or questions for our 4 presenters, if you have them. Lovely, thank you.
Hello. So I have a question for Ethan Trask about, so your summation of findings, you have those 2 main findings there. How would you feel, like, in your research, did you find anything with the Spanish-American War, with Civil War veterans and how they viewed the Spanish-American War, and if those findings would have carried through with that war as well?
This is working? Yeah, all right. Yeah, thank you. Regarding the Spanish-American War, I definitely came across references to it. I didn't find that it really had any significant impact on the social perspectives, at the very least the sources that I was able to locate. World War I had a very broad impact domestically that wasn't really seen with the Spanish-American War, at least to the same extent. So there was some evidence to that, but not necessarily enough material to elaborate upon.
All right, thank you.
This question is for Mr. Hogan. So you mentioned assassination as a method to suppress and silence. So can you talk about, I don't know if you know, but a recent assassination plot directed by an Indian official targeting a Sikh separatist that was out of New York, and the Sikh separatist was located in Canada. So what happens if the country that is orchestrating these assassination plots is friendly with the US? I know you mentioned places like North Korea, Iran, Russia, China, but this is India, and we're kind of friendly with India. So what happens when these tactics are used by friendly nations?
I can't specifically talk of how, like, the United States would react to that. I see that as a very case-by-case basis. However, I think it would go back to, any international laws that it is breaking. If those individuals who committed those crimes are able to be prosecuted, I think they would be prosecuted. I don't think it would be handled differently on the individual basis. If it were an enemy nation or an ally nation, I think if we are able to prosecute those individuals who committed the crimes, they would likely do so. As terms for the relations between the countries, I think that's dependent on the situation, the countries who are at work, and how it was conducted. As for that specific case, I am unaware of that one, so I'm not quite sure how we would react or how we're going to react. But my best judgment would say that it would be done at the individual level of the individual criminals committing those crimes, and how we would prosecute and proceed with that.
Thank you.
So my question is geared towards August and his assignment with the Donbass. So at the end of your presentation, you said that the Donbass had, in quotations, had already lost the war because they had lost the agency, right? The agency to be able to fully commit to their own independence because of the amount of Russian proxy that's going on into their war for independence in their own region. So has anyone within the Donbass that's fighting, believing themselves as an independence fighter, right? Have they realized this? Because an important part of an independence movement is that the people in the independence movement believe that they are truly fighting for their agency, right? And any sort of international aid that they may receive, whether it be overtly or covertly, is only a supplementative to what they believe. So have they even realized that Russia's treating them as a proxy?
I think by and large, the independence sentiment has mostly died out, and due to no fault of their own, but because of like you said, the amount of Russian influence and aid to the militias fighting in the region, there is no more effective independence movement at this, because of Russia's staged referendums following their invasion. I don't think there's any more leg for Donbass to stand on if they even wanted to still remain independent. I mentioned in my paper, I believe it was a New York Times poll in conjunction with both Ukrainian and Russian agencies to try and mitigate potential biases from those groups. But all three conducted a poll of people within the Donbass region, and their driving motivation for who they support is finances. There is no more ideological stance to who they support. It's financial.
Real quick, my question's for August Guerreri and his article. I just want to ask, how do you square up against the Orange Revolution of 2004 and the Donbass kind of independence movement? Obviously, in the 2004 Orange Revolution, the Donbass was given the opportunity for self-determination, self-autonomy, or at least a little bit more autonomy than it was having in the Rada at the time. But they declined that. They declined the further expansion of their autonomy. So how do you square up against the ideas that Donetsk and Luhansk want to be independent when, like I said, in 2004, they were given the chance to at least have more autonomy, but declined that?
Like I said, this is on, right? Yeah. Okay. Like I said, I think largely separatist sentiment remained dormant. In regards to the Orange Revolution, they didn't really have a reason at that point to fully attempt to separate themselves to Ukraine. That largely was remobilized following the Euromaidan, when that increasing rhetoric of East and West started to gain traction again.
I was just going to say, like, on top of that, Viktor Yanukovych was, 2010 presidential election was highly contested. This Orange Revolution was a result of the 2004 referendums in Ukraine. But Viktor Yanukovych still came out on top for both presidential elections, especially in 2010. It wasn't until the 2014 Euromaidan did we actually see any sort of separatist movement. What I'm trying to say is that, do you think the separatist movement was truly homegrown, or was more manufactured by Russia, I guess, in 2014? And this is strictly talking about early Euromaidan, homegrown revolution.
There was definitely an amount of propaganda. It certainly helped to remobilize those sentiments that hadn't existed for, at that point, largely a decade. Again, following the Euromaidan with the increasing rhetoric, plus moves by Russia and the removal of Yanukovych, that's where I think that sentiment sprung back out. But like you're implying, there definitely was a level of propaganda that helped to restart that movement.
Thank you.
Other questions or remarks? Okay.
I can ask.
Oh, okay. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to let
Professor
Michael off the hook without a question here. So towards the end of the paper, you said that the United States shouldn't really take a hawkish approach. So we should be more dovish, economically integrated, right? We do take those approaches with China, but we also still build aircraft carriers. And the idea of strategic ambiguity with Taiwan has faded a little bit, and we're more supportive of Taiwan now to say, if there is something, we're gonna be there to back you. So I guess my question is, how do we combat this idea that realism, realpolitik, at the end of the day, hard power is the thing that kind of drives some of our national foreign policy, versus wanting to avoid that?
Thank you for the question, sir. One thing that I kind of contend in the paper is one of the weak points of American foreign policy in regards to how China has shifted its policy towards Russia has been the hesitation in American foreign policy to not escalate the situation, but to provide military support, and even the hesitation about the Ukrainian situation in our own domestic political sphere regarding financial aid. I think that's, from the Chinese and Russian perspective, that is a lesson they've taken away from the conflict, is that we, the United States, in a conflict regarding one or two nuclear powers, showed a bit of hesitation and continue to show a bit of hesitation. So, again, one thing I talk about is things we can control and can't control. We can't control that they've learned that lesson, and we can't control some of the reasons we made that lesson. Obviously, we, just like anyone else, fear escalation of conflict, especially among nuclear powers, and are motivated to do anything to prevent nuclear war. There's not a whole lot we can change there, but, and again, without imposing a hawkish stance, one that further backs China into Russia's corner and isolates China and Russia together as one common revisionist axis. I think, with that said, we do need to, again, as you said, acknowledge the realities of realpolitik and power geopolitics. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you all for coming, and this concludes our final session of today's summit. And Dr. Yang Mo-Koo might have some closing remarks.
Okay. Let's give a round of applause. Yeah. Thank you so much for your insightful research and comments and discussions. So today from the 9 o'clock to 4:30 p.m., so we have been discussing so many different issues, starting from the conflicting the memories issues. So I think since 2018, as I mentioned in the opening remarks, we have been discussing the very current contemporary issues: North Korea, US-China rivalry, and Russia-Ukrainian war, and just the conflict in Middle East. But this year, we chose the topic war memory and reconciliation. So rather than just thinking about the immediate and contemporary global issues, so we need to think about the lingering and negative impact of all those conflicts we have been witnessing in this world. So we discussed that, and even in student panels, we had a lot of multiple just the topics from the China, Russia, and Ukraine, even just the American Civil War and World War I, that kind of relation. So I think in looking at the student panel, our future leaders, so I don't want to see this continuation of these kind of wars in this world, but in reality, we might continue to witness all those outbreaks of the wars and lingering negative impact of those wars on our individuals and the societies and international relationship, everything. Our future leader, you have to think and ponder upon all those issues, how to prevent, right, all those conflict, and then how to resolve those issues and achieve peace and reconciliation in this global community. So today we're going to wrap up our discussion here, but tomorrow the scholars and we will have enclosed workshop sessions to exchange our scholarly views and critiques and how to improve our research and papers. So that will be happening in libraries, Norwich Libraries multi-purpose room, starting from 9 a.m. to 12:15. So if you are interested in these topics, please come to join that as well. So thank you so much for joining 2024 Peace and War Summit. So let's just end today's session here. Thank you. Sorry.
want to go.